begin the meeting with the affirmation. Tēnā tātou katoa. We seek wisdom, understanding, insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy while working in the best interests of the community. Well, welcome to not only the last governing body meeting for the year, but the last formal council meeting for the year. And, you know, I think we're all thinking, as per the music at the start of the meeting, we're thinking of other things at this stage. But we have got some significant items on the agenda today. But just a big thank you at the start of the meeting for first of all, our staff for their contributions during the year, but to all of the councillors that are on this call, to all of the elected members. It's been a pretty tough year, but I know that you know, a whole lot of people are working just as hard as they would have if we had been meeting in person, sometimes harder, particularly with the vaccination campaigns. So I'll start off by inviting Sandra to do the roll call. Sandra.
Marikere Hamati members. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Present, Centre.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
Councillor Casey.
Morena, Sandra.
Morena. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, Sandra. Kia ora, everybody.
Kia ora. Councillor Coombe.
Ngā mihi o te wā. Kia ora, Sandra.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Darby.
Morena.
Morena. Councillor Filipaina.
Feliz Navidad.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Present.
Councillor Hills.
Morena, hope you all have a good holidays.
Morena. Councillor Mulholland.
Good morning, everyone. Present.
Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Sandra.
Morning. Councillor Sayers.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Morning, Mrs. Claus.
Morena. Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Young.
Good morning, everyone. 大家好.
Good morning. Just a couple of things. Members, you will know that Nexus is down this morning, and I've just sent you an email with how you can access the agenda of the Auckland Council website. And just for a better viewing experience, if you can remember to use your cameras if you can when you speak. And if you wish to ask a question or comment, can you please indicate that in the chat bar so that Mayor Phil can actually see your request as well. Back to you, Mayor Phil.
Thank you, Sandra. And I see Councillor Linda Cooper is here, so we can tick her off. I think the only one we're missing at the moment is Wayne. Councillor Walker, are you there yet? He'll probably come in shortly. And Sandra told me this morning she wasn't in the mood for Christmas yet, but looking at that video there, it seems that she's very much in the mood, complete with a Santa hat and the Pahutakawa tree in the background. Thanks for that, Sandra. Apologies. I don't think we've received any apologies, nor any indications of lateness or early departure, but I'll just double check that with Sandra. Is that correct?
Excuse me, Mayor, I might be early departure. Depending on what time.
Councillor Simpson, early departure?
What time do you need to get away?
About 2:30. Will you be done by then?
Oh, if we're still here at 2:30, you'll have to raise some questions with the chair for the proceedings of this meeting. Okay, so I'll move that we accept
Councillor Sayers, happy to second.
Yep, thank you very much, Councillor Sayers. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Right, are there any declarations of interest from anyone today? There is the minutes for confirmation of the 25th of November and the extraordinary meeting of the 8th of December. Could I have somebody move those minutes, please?
I'll second, Dalton.
Councillor Dalton and Deputy Mayor Cashmore I heard first, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour of accepting those minutes, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. Carried. There are no petitions, there is no public input, there is no local board input, and I haven't been advised of any extraordinary items. I just see a note in the chat bar, Councillor John Watson. There was something that you wanted to acknowledge at the start of the meeting.
Yes,
thank
you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just didn't want this opportunity to pass by without acknowledging the phenomenal sporting performance of Ajaz Patel just earlier this month, where he became only the third cricketer in the history of Test cricket to take all 10 wickets in an innings. It might not be widely known, but Ajaz came from Mumbai to Auckland. He immigrated with his family. He attended Avondale College and played for Suburbs New Lynn team and played for a number of age group teams in Auckland before, like a lot of other Aucklanders, being forced to head further south to get a real shot at things. His story, Mr. Mayor, in terms of his family and of new immigrants to New Zealand, is nothing short of inspiring, leaving the cricketing side of it out, a real cricketing rags to riches. Ajaz didn't even start spin bowling until he was 21. He only made his Test debut at age 30. This performance came at 33 years of age. For a while in New Zealand there, he was playing cricket in sneakers, didn't even have proper cricket boots. So it's a real inspirational story to the immigrants that come to Auckland looking for a better life in the first place. But I guess from a cricketing perspective, it's a phenomenal achievement, especially achieving it in India against the best players of spin bowling in the world. So I just thought it appropriate, given his very close connections with Auckland and this remarkable achievement, that we should note that as a council, and especially from an Auckland perspective, given the phenomenal growth in subcontinent cricketers and right across Auckland now. It really is a story of hope for everyone that's playing the game, and also for people who come to Auckland looking for a better lives. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Watson. I think we'd all agree with those comments. It was a phenomenal performance, and it took our mind off what the actual result of the game was. So we celebrated. First time I think any New Zealand cricketer has taken 10 wickets, beating Hadley, who took 9, I think, in India on one occasion. But yeah, great to acknowledge somebody who is an Aucklander, a migrant to the city that's done well, and now representing his new country and doing it with pride in front of his family in Mumbai. Probably the member for Franklin would also want me to mention Liam Lawson, who had his first trial in Formula One and did exceptionally well. So he's a Pukekohe lad. So yeah, there's a lot we can be proud of. People who have come from our city and have performed at international standards in that way. So thank you for raising that, Councillor Watson. Right. We'll now get into the heavy items of the agenda. And the first item is the Three Waters Economic Regulation, the Council Group submission. Maybe I'll ask Councillor Cooper if you'd like to move this, and maybe Councillor Cashmore to second it.
Aye.
It's the motion is simply to approve the draft submission and authorise me to approve the final submission, which I don't expect to be much different from what we've got in front of us. So could I invite Shane Martin to introduce this item, our senior economist. Shane. Double check I've got Shane with us.
Yep, I'm here. Sorry.
Yep.
Just getting everything ready to go. So good morning, everyone. I have a few slides I can go through if you like.
That'd be great.
Just to give some context and a brief overview of what the submission says at this point. So if you go to the next slide, so this is an issue that has created some confusion in terms of there's the overall water services bill and the overall reform, and then there's this other piece of it around the economic and consumer protection regulation of Three Waters. So it's obviously related to the overall Three Waters reform, but it's a totally separate process. And so in theory, though it hasn't been proposed that way, this is a thing that could happen even without the amalgamation of the water entities. So it truly is a separate issue. A bit of clarification I want to make is this submission and this economic regulation talks about quality a lot, but that's in a different context than Tamata Arawai, right? That's the Crown entity that regulates water quality, but that's really focused on the safety of drinking water. And when that entity talks about quality, it's very much around like, is the water clean enough to drink? Is the water that we're putting into the streams and the waterways, is that clean enough? The proposed economic and consumer protection regulator is also proposed to regulate quality, but in this context, they mean quality of service. So acceptable levels of leakage, service outages, response times, things like that. So I just wanted to clarify that, because that particular issue created some confusion when we first started going through this in terms of, but I thought we had a quality regulator, so it's a different aspect of quality. It's around service quality. So if we go to the next slide, really the what's and the whys of economic regulation. Well, in my view, and economic regulation is probably justified even in the absence of the water services bill, just because of the way the Three Waters, all of them work. They're natural monopolies. You can't easily switch providers if you're unhappy with your service or the prices or any of the other qualities. And so other things like this are typically regulated. The regulation that's proposed is price quality regulation. Again, keeping in mind what I said about quality, what they mean by quality here. And that means capping the maximum allowable revenue of the new entities, subject to a set of minimum quality standards. And it would apply to drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater. And that's the general overview. So our submission, as submissions tend to be, is quite long. I've included it all in there. I'll take that basically as read, but I do want to give you a brief overview of what it says, so that you can think of, you leave here with a 2-sentence summary in your head. So if you go to the next slide. This is a high-level summary of our submission. Everybody that I consulted within the council family has had the view of, economic and consumer protection regulation is welcome, but we need to be sure that the economic regulator considers all the well-beings that make up economics. And you will have heard me or David Norman when he was the chief economist, and pretty much anybody from the chief economist unit that you talk to make this point, that economics is not just about money. It's about overall well-being. And so the economic regulator really needs to consider that economics is social, cultural, environmental, and financial well-being, or any other well-being that you can think of. And so we've made the point that the economic regulator, though it's welcome, it shouldn't be operating as a de facto financial regulator, just minimum cost to provide some level of service. It needs to consider all of these different types of well-being, and that absolute lowest cost may not be the right answer when you do that. And so that's made very strongly upfront in the submission. And we've also made the point that the regulator should be an independent entity, and they need the necessary expertise to regulate the water industry appropriately. Now, all of these things sound kind of like particularly that last part, a no-brainer, but it's worth mentioning that because they propose that the Commerce Commission be the regulator, they don't have at the current time the in-house expertise around water. So if that is going to be the regulator, then they would need to bring that in, and we've just made that point. So if we go to the next slide, and this is the end of my summary. So this is a really high-level summary of our submission, which is the discussion paper that they put out, which is about 90 pages. They asked 46 questions. They're all reasonable questions to ask, and we've responded to them all. Many of them are not that interesting. I don't want to say interesting. They're just questions around, if we set this up, should we do it in a way that allows us to operate effectively? And so obviously the answer is yes. And there are questions around the setup of the regulator, but not much about how the regulator will operate. And so the submission focuses a lot on, so you've asked 46 totally reasonable, good questions, but there's a bunch of questions that haven't been asked, and these would need to be addressed before this becomes a thing that actually happens. Like, how will all the regulators work together? How will the economic regulator and Tamata ROI operate? And if there's a conflict, how is that settled? What about disputes between regulators and councils, particularly around things like growth? And we have growth plan for here, but then there's a regulator that determines sort of what the water entities can and can't do in terms of their financial things. So how will that get settled? There's not a ton of detail on how stormwater would be regulated. And within the council family, we've all agreed that it should be, but it is fundamentally different than the other two waters. Just as a kind of a brief, silly example, for the most part, drinking water comes in a man-made pipe to your house from a treatment plant, and wastewater leaves in a man-made pipe from your house to go to a treatment plant, and then it gets put out. But stormwater is very different. The infrastructure that makes up stormwater, yes, some of it is man-made, and there are things like that, but also my neighbor's piece of land that has a hill on it that points away from my house is stormwater infrastructure to me, because it manages water that would otherwise come and flood my property. And so you can think of stormwater as being fundamentally different. So there's some points in our submission around that yes, we agree that it needs to be regulated, but it's more thought needs to go into how that will actually occur. And then questions around like planning and regulatory cycles being linked, how will that work? How do we, and really the most important one to me is, how do we ensure that the regulator allows the new entities to trade off properly between new investment, renewals, the price of water, all the other things that you can think of. So this is very much a discussion document around what will the setup look like, but not nearly as much about operationally how will it work. And so that's what this submission really focuses on, is answering their 46 questions, but then making a bunch of other points of, those are good questions, but you haven't addressed these, and those are really important things to address. So I'll stop there. Just in terms of my summary, and I saw there are a couple of questions, so I'll turn it back over.
Thank you, Shane, and thank you for a pretty thorough job that you've done on that. Yeah, I think where our position has been is that we have been supporting of regulation, both water quality and economic, but there's a whole lot of questions we don't know about how that second regulator is going to work. So look, we'll start with questions first. I have the first question in the name of Councillor Linda Cooper. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. It was just, I mean, you have asked a lot of questions, but mine was, if there's a cap on the charges, how's that, have we asked how that's determined? So, because I mean, there's huge quantums of money that needs to be spent, and if they set a cap that just doesn't allow enough money to make that happen. So I guess that's my question, is how do they determine that, and will it cover those 4 well beings, or will it just be for pipes?
So that is a really good question. I don't know that it's the operationally how that will work has been addressed, and that's sort of that last point that I made in my summary, which was what we need to do, or what government needs to do, is ensure that the regulator is appropriately considering all of those well-beings, and that they're not just saying what's the lowest cost that we can put these pipes in for, but what is an appropriate level of cost to the consumer to provide the service that is needed, and that will be all of the things that you mentioned. So I realize it's a bit of an unsatisfying answer because it hasn't really been discussed in the discussion paper, but it is a thing that we've put into the submission to say this is really important that this be addressed.
Thank you. Thanks, Shane.
You're welcome.
Bear, we couldn't hear you.
Boss, you're muted.
Bear, we still can't
Okay,
hear you.
I'm back. I said Deputy Mayor Cashmore. Next question. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And Shane's very much on the same line as Linda Cooper's, because there's going to be a conflict at some point between the quality regulator and the financial regulator. If you take some parts of New Zealand where the consents for wastewater discharge have been 20 years out of date, and where there's massive issues, there's going to have to be some quite strong financial inputs right at the start to actually get the required CapEx and OpEx in place to get things up to a point. So you pointed this out, this conflict in your paper, but you did not sort of suggest any solutions, which I imagine they'll be desperately looking for. Is there any thoughts of incorporating a potential answer to some of those questions?
So again, completely reasonable question. We haven't posed any in our submission that I recall. I would say that I'm potentially not the right person to propose what those would be. But yeah, really, how do we settle this? I mean, how do we settle the tension between those things? I would argue, as an economist, which I'm not using as a bad word in this case, that the tension between the quality regulator and the economic regulator is actually part of the point, to create that tension and to really get them both to operate as efficiently and do all of the things that they need to do and none of the things that they don't need to do. But how that comes out in practice is going to be really important in terms of how those disputes are settled. And there was a lot of talk around, should the water quality regulator, not service quality, and the economic regulator be in the same organization or not? And in some ways, so my view would be, as an economist, would be no, because part of the point is that tension. But from a ease of operations and an ease of getting things done, it may be preferable. And so they both have ups and downsides to them in terms of figuring that out. It's not going to be easy. I know it's kind of the discussion paper is what I would describe as very early days of it, in terms of we know there will be disputes and they will have to be settled, but there hasn't been a lot around how that will actually happen. So I know a bit of an unsatisfying answer, but it's where it is right now.
Yeah,
Just
we're
to
at an
follow
early
up on
stage.
Sorry, but to follow up
Bill.
with your discussions that you're having with your panels tomorrow and ongoing, it would probably be an opportunity to actually emphasise that some of the expertise we have in Auckland in both water care and healthy waters could help resolve some of these issues and set up some test pots to trial some of this work out, because it's pretty essential that it got right very early on, or it could unravel the whole process. But I'll leave it there.
Yep, no, agree with that comment. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Richard Hills, next question.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my question, and maybe it's more about our comments in the workshop. Should we be, and maybe it's more a question for the Mayor, should we be clearer or stronger about our concerns about stormwater? Like, I just really, whatever happens with Three Waters, whether we get forced into it or not, maybe Shane could answer, in a global sense, but also a local sense, how can we regulate stormwater in an economic way, and how are we going to ever charge for it? And especially if the simple way would just to put it all back in pipes, because it's a simple metric, it's a simple diameter, and it's has a cost aligned to it. I'm just having a real concern that our submission isn't strong enough about our doubts about being able to regulate stormwater.
You might like to have a go at that, Shane. Obviously, this paper is talking about the regulation rather than the broader question of whether stormwater should be in there at all. But it's a fair question to ask about, how do you regulate something like stormwater, which is of a quite different nature. Shane, do you want to have a crack at that one?
Yeah. So I think the council staff that I sort of harangued into helping me put this together, they gave nobody disagreed that it, or nobody thought that it shouldn't be part of the regulatory regime, but everybody had sort of the concerns that you brought up. I think from just a very simple, I guess, point of view is, if you have one entity providing 3 services, how would you regulate only 2 of the services in practice? And things like there will be costs from the entity, and where do they get assigned? Do they get assigned to the regulated part of the entity or the unregulated? And so it's really a practical application from that. But there are still questions that we all have around things like, there will be stormwater infrastructure that's not provided by the new entity that's being proposed, right? So they'll provide plenty of stormwater infrastructure, but then there are things like culverts on roads that are stormwater infrastructure, and my neighbor's hill that I mentioned, which is stormwater infrastructure, or streams are stormwater infrastructure in the most basic sense. And the way that this discussion paper has talked about it is, it will be, what will be economically regulated will be the provision of stormwater infrastructure by the entity, is how I read it, not sort of my neighbor's hill being regulated, because how would you even do that? But it's really on just the stuff that's provided by the new entity, which, again, I think to your point, creates its own issue, which is, well, then part of the provision of the infrastructure is regulated and part of it might not be. So it's really an issue I don't think government has totally nailed down yet, for all the reasons I just said. I wish there was I could just have a 1-sentence answer for you and say they're doing it this way and it'll work. But I think all your concerns are the same concerns that we all have.
Thanks, Shane. I guess that's a question for you then, Mayor. Do we need to be a bit stronger? I just think it's a schmozzle. If we have to be pushed into this, yes, but it's very clear on wastewater and water supply, what goes in, what comes out, very clear on the infrastructure for that. But for me, the how do you charge an individual property? How do you get a business? And the stormwater infrastructure supplied by the entity is connected to the stormwater infrastructure that is on a property or on a road or on a park or a wetland, because it's all connected. I mean, that's in a Pākehā Western ideology, but also in a mana whenua Mātauranga Māori kind of all water is water. So to me, I wonder if we should be starting with it doesn't make any sense to be in there. Yeah, I did ask the other day, but the submission had already been written.
I think in this submission we're talking about if and how it should be regulated rather than whether it should be in there. Craig McElroy, as I understand it, is on the technical working party on stormwater. I think that's correct, Megan. But Megan, you might just have, do you have any comments you'd like to make in response to Councillor Hills's question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was really just offering, if you wish, given that the Mayor has just got the delegation to tidy this up based on comment. There's certainly comment around stormwater, to your points, Councillor Hills, throughout the document. I'm wondering whether we could just have a review of that, and there might be an additional sentence or something we can do that makes it a stronger point, but continue with our views and our concerns about how this could actually work throughout the report. So I'm just offering to do that as part of that final check of the document.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful and would address Councillor Hills's question. Okay, next question is Councillor Daniel Newman.
Look, thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Shane and Megan. So, with respect to economic regulation, wouldn't regulation apply through the prohibition of paying a dividend and the requirement to, deliver the services at a minimum price? That would be the most basic economic regulation. And the environmental regulation, I can't see how this could be done beyond a network discharge consent that codifies the standards for which stormwater will be managed and discharged as an activity. And beyond the network discharge consent, the technical standards that would be applied by the new entity that would have to be met for the vesting of new infrastructure. Would that be a fair summation?
I'm not entirely certain. I think you're on the. I definitely think the first thing that you said is totally on track in terms of like essentially how it'll work. It's a here's what the costs are to provide this service, and that it's not a for-profit entity, so there's no dividend going to anybody. So actually, it might be useful to mention that one of the justifications for economic regulation in the discussion paper, and I would agree with it, which is, the fact that these are not for-profit entities is not enough to ensure, I guess, good economic performance. And their argument would be they're not for profit now, and we're doing this whole reform because of inadequate performance. Now, I'm not saying I take that view, but that's the rationale. And so for the economic regulation, and I think you're generally right. And when I say that it needs to consider all the well-being, so things like environmental, what I mean by that is there is there's going to be a trade-off that's being made of potentially like, well, we could put this in a pipe and that would be cheapest, or we could create, I'm making this up because I'm not a water expert, an artificial wetland, and that will generate more benefit but be more expensive. And so their mandate is not to make it as low cost as possible, but to trade off those costs and benefits to make people as well off as possible. And so that would be the slight difference in why I made the point of like why they shouldn't just be a financial regulator, but really need to be an economic regulator in the true sense of the word, that the way I would say it's correctly defined. I don't know if that answers your whole question, because I don't know that I have enough knowledge around like the legal system for discharge, for instance, of water. But
Mayor, if I may, perhaps if I could just reflect for a moment back to Megan. I think one of the central tenors of the council's response is that there is a timing issue. The economic regulation comes at the start, which is basically deliver the activities with the prohibition on a dividend and the requirement to deliver at a minimum price. The environmental regulation tends to come later, because that's when you have to actually deliver the assets in compliance with the network discharge consent. The requirement is to try and get the two to talk together, and that has to be done based on environmental effects as opposed to town and country planning. So I think that the point that the officials in central government need to come to terms with is that it's very difficult to codify the need for stormwater attenuation, innovative techniques, and you know, asset design and what have you, at a minimum price, unless you're prepared to effectively waive the requirement for minimum price, because some of the most innovative stormwater attenuation design is going to be very expensive. It might be good, but it's very, very expensive, whereas just piping stormwater to a point and then discharging it is probably cheaper if you can do it high volume pipes, etc. And I think that point, Megan, needs to be reflected through you, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it highlights the challenge. Look, you could gold plate what you want the outcome from stormwater to be, but somebody's got to pay for it. Now, at the moment, we make that trade-off as elected representatives. How much do we go for the quality, and how much can we afford to put on the consumer? And the real question with the economic regulator is how they find that balance outside of the political arena. You know, where do you draw that line? Because, you know, I could say it's absolutely terrible that when it rains, we still have waste going into the harbour. Therefore, we need to invest $5-6 billion into that immediately. Okay, but then you've got to find that. And then that's the cost on the consumer and whether the consumer can afford to make it. It's not clear to me how the economic regulator is going to make those trade-offs outside of political direction. Megan, have you got any comment on that?
No, nothing satisfying.
The obvious question,
I completely agree with all the points, and I guess this is the point, that this is early days, and we need to in this submission. But although the work we'll be doing over the next couple of years through transition is exactly the kind of thing we need to influence and lead on. So I'm sorry, that's about the best I can do on that.
Yeah, I think the thing to emphasise again, as I did earlier, this is early days. It's a discussion paper, and as you get closer and closer to the point where they start to legislate for this, you've got to get more and more focused on how you resolve some of those critical questions, which the answers to which aren't obvious at the moment. Right, Councillor Walker, next question.
Sure. So I've really got a question that follows on from you, Mr. Mayor. It isn't clear in our submission what the relationship is between regulation and then what the government is proposing as far as accountability, responsibility and authority is in these reforms. And the two are intimately linked, and I think we should be stating that. We have not stated that. So that is a question I put, and that is why not. The other question I've got is just around timing. If we accept that there's huge complexity in this, and that is apparent from the questions that have been put, the question has to be put, what level of economic and water quality regulation might you start with? So the question around that would be, what does a light-handed approach look like as compared to the other end of the spectrum, where I would suggest something's being set up that is just going to dominate effectively what happens, both in respect of regulation and in respect of delivery. And I guess the question that I would put to that is around what tests are being applied, especially as it goes to forecasting and backcasting against a situation where climate change is accelerating so dramatically it's just not funny anymore. That means that the responsiveness as it goes to stormwater is going to be massive on the ground at a community level and at a household level. And similarly, the same thing will apply to water, because water in our dams will be similarly affected, especially the nature of our dams, because they are dams lined with trees and soil and the like. So I'm just raising a couple of questions there. I really don't think our submission goes anywhere near far enough to indicating the problems associated with what we've got here. And I reserve my right to speak later. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if we can just take some of those points, I mean, there's been a theme coming through here, Megan, and there could be a way in which we highlight the question of how these matters are going to be resolved. Our submission at the moment is at a high level because we're responding to something that they haven't given us a lot of detail on, and it's good to highlight those problems, and I think we could strengthen the submission in that regard. So if I can leave that in your hands, working with Shane. Councillor Josephine Bartley is the next question. Josephine.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to do Wayne's ones and kind of talk, but I'm not sure where the question is in it, but I think you'll pick up the question as I'm talking, I think. So I want to ask about consumer protection, consumer dispute resolution. Now, how I see it is we were the consumer disputes resolution before as the elected representatives to between consumers and our water services. So what is our role now? But in saying that, is there a way that this submission can reflect that the role is gone of elected representatives in terms of accountability regarding quality of service? So it'd be good if that could be incorporated somehow, because that is what I see coming out of this paper. Like, yeah, it's very, very hard. So that makes it even worse for consumers. So is that okay to be included?
Yeah, I think there's a very, very clear theme coming through on what our questions and comments are at this point. It's easy to regulate water quality because it's measurable, and that it has to be the best possible quality that you can get. Stormwater, because it's how long is a piece of string? How far do you go in getting to the highest level of quality control over stormwater? And we sort it out politically. How are they going to sort it out? I think that's basically what Daniel, Josephine, myself, Wayne, Richard, we've all been asking that question. And that is a fair question to say, because this is removing political control over stormwater and putting it in the hands of a regulator and then a water services entity without giving clear directions as to what the expenditure might be. We're bound in terms of our level of expenditure by debt to revenue, etc. We have to make those trade-offs, but that doesn't mean to say this new entity with greater borrowing capacity can borrow to gold plate every aspect of what they've got to do. So how do they decide where the line is drawn? And none of us have the answer to that question, and it's a good question to ask. So I think Megan's got that on board and will incorporate it.
I think mine was more simple. Like when a resident has a problem with water, they contact us. Under this new scheme, you can't see who they go to. It's not us anymore. It is something else, which I think is a good point to make, that our role has been diminished even further, but it was actually quite valuable and necessary. So it's our residents or the consumer that will lose out. My other question, if that's okay, was around, I agree with a bespoke purpose statement rather than using the Consumer Guarantees Act, because we have a lot of residents who aren't direct purchasers of water, especially Housing New Zealand, Kaingaora. So I think we're on the right track there with that statement. But my other concern was just ensuring, like, is there any way to ensure, because with electricity, you have regulation because people don't get electricity services, so it was a service of last resort. Is there an equivalent in terms of water?
Do you want to have a go at that one, Megan?
I'm going to leave it to Shane. Go ahead, Shane.
Sure. I don't know that that has been addressed. It certainly wouldn't be addressed to your satisfaction in the discussion paper. It's been mentioned. There's a lot of talk in there around ensuring that we take care of vulnerable consumers, but it's really just, I mean, it's not much more than what I just said, which is, you know, the new regime will have to ensure that we take care of vulnerable consumers. And I think we can all agree, yes, you should do that, but there's very little on
necessity. It's not just a commodity, so you cannot remove the supply of water from people, creating both personal, family, and community health challenges if you were to do that. Precisely how they might change that from how we operate through Watercare isn't clear to me at this point.
It's just unfortunate that the way that consumer disputes resolution has been pitched in this proposal is about water as a commodity, because it points here that to incentivize disputes resolution, they're going to do it financially, you know, like it's about money, and that's already taken it out of the context of water being a right and making it a commodity. That's what I picked up from this proposed scheme. So it is taking it into the commodity space with what they're proposing.
In practical terms, I can't see a situation evolving. I mean, almost nobody gets cut off from water at the moment. In fact, I think there may even be some legislative provision to stop that happening. That's not to say that you can't find ways of putting pressure on people to meet the cost of the water they're using. But I think your point's a good one, Councillor, and we need to take that on board and work it out. And I'm just thinking back to your other comment. You know, at the moment, somebody goes to a councillor because they know that water is related to council. So who's their political advocate when it's taken at greater length from us? And the answer is, you know, probably you'd be in the same position as you were if you were making representations to somebody who had their power cut off. You can make representations, but they are not part of the council group, and therefore the ability to achieve what you're seeking through your advocacy is lessened, and that will be a cost of the new system.
Well, basically, we were consumer protection before. We are no longer that. They're going to have to navigate through a whole scheme, and they may not even get, you know, their issue resolved out of this whole scheme. It's relying on things that are already in place, which have nothing to do with water. It's relying on electricity. It's relying on financial services. Yep. Very completely different to water.
Yep.
Thank you.
Fair point. Councillor Sayers, last question, and then we'll go to comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll pop on my video to see how stable it is. Through you, Phil, I hope this is it's just a slightly wider question around the regulator's role than just stormwater, if it's appropriate to ask. And that's just, I just had the thought from the excellent questions that have been asked from the other councillors around, does the brief of his responsibility, or his or her responsibilities, extend to regulating the sale to offshore parties of fresh water, or will that fall in the scope of that regulator's role? Do we know that, or would that be outside the scope?
Shane, any thoughts on that?
Could I maybe just before you start, could I just ask a clarifying question? Is that like water bottling? Are you talking about that kind of thing, Councillor Sayers?
Yes, that's right. No, sales to the Chinese of water or whatever, or who.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
My response to that, and Shane, please leap in if you think there's something additional. I believe that will still form part of council's role in water, in the three waters, in terms of discharge and taking of water. So council is still going to be a regulator and will give permits and or otherwise for the taking of water. So I believe that's actually will still be in council's role, not in the entities. And so for the example would be water bottling. That would be a consenting regulatory issue that councils would still retain. Shane, happy if you've got any other intel on that.
I was just going to say to ask you because I didn't know the answer. So
thanks.
Okay. No, that's good. Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, let's come to comments. I've got 2 people down for comments so far. First to comment from Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. Got a couple of comments. My first one is around the necessity for us to communicate as well as we can with the public. On previous occasions when I've spoken to this, I've emphasised that we should have had a full-on campaign, and it disappoints me that that is not the case, because I think we've been sucked in by the government. They've already predetermined their decisions, and that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's an absolutely shocking way to treat a council and the people of Auckland. So as far as our submission is concerned, as far as the underlying information behind it, my recommendation is, again, that we have something on our website that's very easy for people out there to find and to comprehend, because this affects them. And I can't emphasise that enough. As Josephine mentioned, where they're going to go, okay? Who's going to do it? What kind of response are they going to get? How does it impact on, as Shane mentioned, the huge number of people, landowners in the region that are basically dealing with stormwater, water and sewage on their own sites? We just don't have any of the answers to that, but what I see is a very large top-down approach that is not going to be nimble and not going to be able to adapt to the tsunami, the slow tsunami of climate change that's happening. And just in that respect, this morning's Herald, the Thwaites Glacier, 65 centimetres in a short-term time frame with the potential of 3 metres. So this stuff is hitting us very, very soon. It impacts on water, it impacts on sewage, it impacts on stormwater, and the necessity to actually push things down so that people are able to be resilient and take things on themselves. Because the big scenario, which is what we're talking here, is simply not going to deliver. We are not adequately communicating this to people ourselves as part of a campaign, and we should be. This present circumstance in terms of submissions offers that opportunity again, and we should be following through on it. So once again, I have big concerns. We're being sucked in. We need to take it full on and recognise that it's being politically driven. All from me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Linda Cooper.
I'll close the debate just in case anybody else wanted to speak.
I see.
Because I moved it, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. So you would be closing it. I see
So
an indication from Councillor Hills. So if we take Councillor Hills, and then if there are no other comments, I'll ask you to close. Thank you, Councillor.
And don't say all my stuff, Councillor Hills.
I'll try and keep it different and short. Yeah, it makes sense to for economic regulation of the 2 waters, in my opinion, and that would be regardless of whether it was under the current entity or the future one, just like the water regulator and the water quality that we've already supported. So those tools and those structures make sense regardless of what the future of our water looks like. I guess for constructive purposes, my main point again is just the stormwater. I just don't understand how we are meant to, or the new entity is supposed to charge for that. I am concerned that if there is caps, that stormwater would be the first to be cut out of the situation, because people always expect water supply and wastewater to be a constant, especially if it's coming from their house or their business. So I'm just concerned that the way we're moving, and I know that Craig and others are, see good potential in this, but I still have concerns that the direction we're heading, which has been more in those green water infrastructure, the greenways, the fantastic things we've done in our parks. If you think of Hurstmere Road, the whole point of we needed to upgrade Hurstmere Road because it was falling apart, but a huge part of that budget was healthy waters because the stormwater infrastructure was not fit for purpose and was old and falling apart. So I am concerned that we go into the future with a economic regulator that doesn't see the environmental side of our stormwater and the recreational side and all those other components that we and our residents expect us to now include in that infrastructure. So I do hope, and I know that Megan and you have said, Mayor, that there will be a bit stronger wording about, I think the first part needs to be our large concerns around stormwater being in. The rest, yes, there are issues there, but my main focus was stormwater. I think it is a big concern, and it doesn't sound like the agencies or the government really know exactly how that is going to be laid out from an economic sense. So water quality up there, but economically, I don't understand that part of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll raise that through the working group tomorrow, just using those sort of examples. How do we ensure as a council that priority will be given to things like Awakeri wetlands or Te Auawanga or Northcote? If these aren't political decisions, how are they made and who is making those decisions and who are they accountable back to? It's the core of what our concerns are. Councillor Henderson, before I go to Councillor Cooper, I'm not sure. Councillor Simpson, do you have a comment after this as well?
No, I'm just sort of going to, I'll leave it, Your Worship. I was just going to back up Councillor Hills.
So Councillor Henderson, and then to close, Councillor Cooper, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mayor. Look, I would like to back up Councillor Hills, but also some of the very intelligent questions and comments that have come through before there as well. I think we're all kind of agreed that we need to beef up our concerns around stormwater. I mean, for me, it's even more local. It's even more of a responsibility for local government than the other two waters, and just lauding the wisdom of my colleagues on this. I get a lot of constituency concerns around stormwater. This is an issue where people really do want to have their say and to have some form of democratic control and feelings and accountability around the provision of stormwater in particular. And so, yeah, I think just to back up, I think we should beef up our concerns, and I think we're reasonably agreed on that. And thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And Linda Cooper to finish, please.
Thank you. And I must say, Councillor Walker, I did agree with your early comments, so that's something we agree on. The centralisation of stormwater. I mean, I agree we need some, if you're having an economic regulator, it needs to be sensible, it needs to be practical, and it needs to be able to deliver not just pipes. It needs to be able to deliver community outcomes. And I think, for me, I look back at, everybody will go, oh, she's talking about Waitakere again, but one of our biggest stormwater projects is Project Twin Streams, and it was about getting iwi, community, elected members, our staff, our clever staff together to find solutions. And I think this is the whole thing with having something so centralised. You lose community, you lose that personal responsibility that people are crying out to be part of these things. I mean, if you think of Te Auawanga, you think of our Opanuku and Oratia Stream projects and all the other wetlands and the really clever, more natural solutions to dealing with stormwater, which help to restore the balance in our environment and biodiversity. I just think, people are really passionate about this, and we are the link to that. Our local boards and elected members and our really great staff who work on the ground with all of these things, and stormwater and wastewater are inextricably linked, because if the wastewater doesn't work, it goes in the stormwater and it goes into our awa. And for me, having that taken away from us, not being able to do these projects together, they're kind of celebrations when they go well, but they're also something where everybody feels we can work together, we can fix this together, and we can make really great environments where they've often been pretty barren, often piped, we're re-daylighting streams. And I'm worried that, we will stop daylighting streams again, and we'll just have the horrible old culverts and that kind of awful environment. We won't be able to bring the environment back into our urban areas and our suburban areas. So for me, I hope that, you know, don't have stormwater in there. I don't think it's the right place. And I certainly agree with Councillor Bartley that, you know, when people have a problem with financial issues, it's quite personal. And often it needs a really careful approach from someone they feel that can advocate for them. And it's quite shameful for a lot of people. People are whakama about this stuff. And if they feel they've got an advocate that they know, you know, it makes a big difference. So, you know, I'm really concerned about this whole centralisation. It feels a bit like the Politburo, you know, it's far away and it's scary. And so I think that I support having a really strong submission that supports our communities to be able to be involved in solutions rather than just paying the bill at the end and getting what they get, and it might not be a great outcome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cooper, and we'll look at incorporating the mood and some of those comments into the submission with Shane and Megan working on that. We now have the, I'll put it to the vote, and the vote is to approve the draft submissions with officials taking on board what's happened in this discussion and authorise my final approval of it. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. And I declare that carried. We come now to 3 items that have been referred to us by Audit and Risk. And I'm going to ask Councillor Daniel Newman as the lead councillor on that committee to introduce each item. The first item relates to the health, safety and wellbeing performance. So if I can ask Councillor Newman to move that, and maybe the Deputy Mayor, who's also on that committee, to second it, that will put it on the table. Councillor Newman, if you'd like to introduce the item, and then I'll ask Paul Robertson, our General Manager of Health, Safety and Wellbeing, to also comment briefly. Councillor Newman.
Yes, look, thank you, Your Worship, and just to foreshadow, I'm happy to move items 10, 11 and 12, but with respect to item 10, this is a standing report that the Audit and Risk Committee considers in relation to health, safety and wellbeing. I think, look, this report and the committee's consideration of it, it's a fascinating area to be looking at, because health and safety and wellbeing within the Auckland Council family and within the space that we operate is fundamental, but it's obviously becoming more and more pertinent given the COVID-19 world in which we live. So the Audit and Risk Committee considered this particular report and has referred it to the governing body for consideration, and I commend this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Paul Robertson, if you'd like to make any introductory comment at this point too, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and kia ora koutou. So this report covers off our performance in health, safety and wellbeing over the past several months, and provides an update on key activities that have been underway in Council to manage some of our risks and the health, safety and wellbeing of our staff. The impact of COVID-19 obviously continues to be felt, and significant effort has gone on through the organisation to ensure that we are responding as effectively as possible to the risks of COVID-19, but to also ensure that we manage the elements of control, such as vaccination. And so in the report, you'll note a comment on vaccination. I will just clarify that since the report was written and provided to Audit and Risk, there has been movement in this area. We have obviously released requirements for our staff and certain contractors within our workplaces. Guidelines are still also being prepared for elected members and for other contractors. But that work has continued to be reviewed regularly, and we will continue to provide updates as things move in that space. The only other point I would make is just the impact of COVID-19 again on the service delivery that we've had with staff members being at home. That has reduced our lost time injury frequency rate, which you'll note in the report. That is something that once we are back into business as usual, so to speak, we would expect that to rise back up into a more normalised view of our incident reports. Otherwise, I'll take the report as read and take any questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Paul, for your work on that. So I have one question so far. Councillor John Watson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to pick up on a couple of the points in the report to audit and risk, particularly as it goes to the Speak Up program that is covered off at points 18 and 19, where we're looking to set up, a kind of independent system that to increase confidence for staff members to raise issues they might have, without any fear of, I guess, retribution or being found out. So that's good to see that that's proceeding apace. Just below it, however, there's a reference again to the Speak Up program, and again in context of making it safe and secure channel, and it mentions these exit interview programs. I'm just curious to know, in the first instance, so there's a couple of questions I've got on that. With people leaving the council, is it standard practice for exit interviews to occur as a matter of course? That's my first question.
Thanks, Councillor. I believe that exit interviews are undertaken. It's not an area that I have a high degree of visibility in, because that's run out of our people and culture team. And I don't believe I've got a member of that team on the call. That is something that I will double check. The comment is very much in relation to making sure that we do these and ensuring that we ask effective questions to understand the experience of our people while they've been working with us. As to how often they are happening right now, I just don't have that data. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks, Paul. I appreciate that. I guess if I apply it to the real world, so perhaps leave the general procedure, but perhaps to instances where, and I'm thinking of this case that was pretty widely reported earlier in the year, where where a senior manager was alleged to have bullied a number of staff, and there was some pretty horrendous consequences in terms of the particular staff there, to the point where they left the council, and in one case a junior staffer sort of had post-traumatic stress for 2.5 years. I guess what I'm very eager to find out is that in instances such as that, where there's a process followed, where there's some behaviour that's detrimental to staff welfare and no doubt to departments' welfare, is there in the Speak Up process an automatic assumption, therefore, that those sort of individuals that leave council, that go through the ringer, if I can express it that way, are they then debriefed in terms of their experiences, as opposed to just paying them off and letting them go? Does that happen as a matter of course, so that it is, aside from everything else, a learning experience for all involved?
That's a very good question. Do I know whether or not that's happening? Unfortunately, I just don't have that information to hand, but that is the intention of this piece of work. That was something that was raised through the Hawara review that you're all aware of, to ensure that where we have events like this, that they are picked up through either Speak Up to manage them proactively, but also to check in with our people as they leave the organisation and understand their experiences and how that was managed. And I see Jim might have a comment.
Jim, you might like to comment on that as Chief Executive.
Yeah, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor, for the question. Just a couple of things to clarify. We do, as a matter of course, offer every exiting employee the opportunity for an exit interview. Not every employee takes us up on that offer. But it is our practice to make that part of our process. Secondly, I think, Councillor, in response to your question, there are kind of a broad set of things that we're considering here. As Paul highlighted, it was picked up as an area of necessary focus for us in the Haora review. It is related to the way that we construct the Speak Up channel, ensuring as much independence around that conversation as possible. And it also goes to culture and the nature of what it's like to work at Auckland Council. As you probably know, we're putting a lot of work into all of those things. We're certainly putting a lot of work into our culture, into leadership characteristics, into the very specific actions that we can take out of the Haora review in order to create a workplace where people feel much more confident that they can share their experiences with us, not just at a point where they feel like they need to leave the organisation, but at any point during their employment. And so I really appreciate the question, but the response obviously is quite a wide-ranging set of things that we're doing in order to shift the dial, if you like, around the employee experience of working at Auckland Council. And I am pleased that we're making some really good progress there. It'll be measured in a number of ways, including through staff engagement, which is continuing to kind of move in a positive direction as we've measured it every quarter over the last year and a bit. So number of things we're doing, and pleased that we're making some progress, but I appreciate the question.
Just one final question, Mr. Mayor, and just in terms of that, shifting the dial, I'm assuming that as part of this development of this process, which as I said, I'm pleased to see that kind of independent perspective being brought to it. I think that's very important. But when we do have incidents, or where we've had an incident such as the one I quoted, somewhat in the abstract, but an incident nonetheless that impacts obviously on a number of people who leave, and then a department as a whole. In terms of that kind of integrity or encouraging people to have faith in the Speak Up process, I'm assuming that within that department then that there is some sort of feedback mechanism, and you'd think in terms obviously of a meeting where things are laid out on the table, so to speak, and people are availed of the process that has been gone through and how it has worked, so that there is some sort of introspection in that sense of how any given incident plays out for the benefit of the group as a whole, as opposed to people getting an exit package and leading, so that the people that remain are then encouraged by the way a specific complaint has played out. So is there a kind of department type momentum to this as well, as opposed to just dealing with people individually?
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Yes, there is in specific cases, in the case of the team I think that you're referring to, we did undertake a number of interventions, if you like, to make sure that people had the opportunity to share their concerns with us or their experiences. We were also very careful about the appointment of subsequent leaders into that space, and encouragingly, we're making some really good progress there. It is a good observation. Those sorts of experiences can have an impact on certain parts of our organisation for a long period of time, and we have to intervene and make sure that those experiences are heard and properly dealt with, not just for that department, but for the broader improvement across our organisation. But the short answer to the question is yes, we do those sorts of things.
Thanks, Jim. Next question, Linda Cooper.
Thank you. I guess I just felt a little bit uncomfortable with a comment made earlier about we just pay people off and get them out. I would hope that's not the case. And I think, Jim, you might have given that a better through you, Mr. Chair, but you teased that out a bit more, but given this is a public meeting, I didn't like that just sitting there. So I just want I suppose, some assurance that we always go through a proper process. We don't just sweep people out and get them out of the way with money, because that's what it sounded like.
Yes, Councillor, thank you for the question. No, it's not our practice simply to exit people by paying money. We always undertake a rigorous process that complies with employment law, and we rely on our employee relations advisory team to make sure that we're operating in a way that complies with employment law. And importantly, I think we do work pretty hard to make sure that people are held to account for their performance. And so, sometimes people's employment comes to an end because of poor performance, and that's the way that we have to operate. So we always apply that lens, and we operate within the parameters of employment law.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Are there any comments? If not, I'll put the recommendation, which is that we note the report and that's been provided to the local boards. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Item number 11, also from Audit and Risk, is the Enterprise Risk Update. It will be moved by Councillor Newman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Cashmore, and I'll ask Councillor Newman to introduce it, followed by Mark Maloney, the General Manager of Risk and Assurance. Councillor Newman.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Once again, the Enterprise Risk Update report is another report referred by Audit and Risk to the governing body for its consideration. This report, considered by that committee, is an update on changes to Auckland Council's top risks assessed and evaluated. It's a risk management activities matrix essentially, and it sets out priorities for the next quarter, and I commend this report for the governing body's consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. Mark, anything that you want to add to Councillor Newman's comments?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing in particular to add. I'll take the report as read. The only comment I'd make is in the executive summary of the report, while no new significant risks have emerged over the last quarter, there is a discussion in the report around the way that certain risk drivers we're seeing them play out. There's nothing, I don't think there's anything surprising in there. We're seeing these issues play out across the wider New Zealand public and private sector. We are comfortable that management is responding to these appropriately, and will continue to maintain oversight of these issues into the future. But otherwise, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mark. Now, I don't have any questions at the moment, so I'll just pause just to see if anybody has a question or a comment. I think it's relatively straightforward as a paper and issues that we've canvassed previously. Okay, I'll put the recommendations that we receive the update. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. We come now to the last of the Audit and Risk Committee reports, the annual report on the performance of Audit and Risk itself. Councillor Newman to move, Deputy Mayor Cashmore to second, and I'll ask Councillor Newman to introduce, and then once again, Mark, if you have any comments that you want to add to Councillor Newman's.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Once again, this is a report referred to from Audit and Risk, the annual report on the performance of the Audit and Risk Committee. The committee has I think had a busy year, notwithstanding the fact that we have been in the COVID lockdown, and it has been challenging given the circumstances of lockdown to be undertaking the work of the committee, notwithstanding the fact that we can't meet in person. A lot of information has been considered. So I commend the report. I want to thank all of the officers involved who have been supporting the work streams of the committee, as well as our partners at Audit New Zealand. And I'm happy to move this report. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Mark, anything that you'd like to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, nothing to add. I'll take the report as read.
Again, I think it's a pretty straightforward report. I don't have any questions yet or comments, so I'll just pause briefly. If not, it's a noting report, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. Right, we come to item number 13, which is the update of the on the Māori representation in local government, and councillors will recall that this was brought to our attention at the joint meeting of the governing body and the Independent Māori Statutory Board. That grouping established a working party to look at Māori representation and came back with a recommendation for us to consider a model that was set up by the Royal Commission, or in part the model set up by the Royal Commission in terms of Māori representation, compared to the current model that we have endorsed and made submissions on, which was the parliamentary model. So I'm not anticipating that we'll make a substantive decision on this issue, because I think it's a serious issue that needs further consultation with mana whenua, mata waka, and we would want our officials to come back with, having done that consultation, with an explanation of the key options for Māori representation and the pros and cons of each option. If I just make a final initial comment, it was considered that perhaps something could be done in time for the election 10 months out from now in 2022. But the working party that made this recommendation did correspond with Minister Mahuta, and it was clear that the model that was being proposed would not be legislated for prior to 2022, if it were legislated for at all. So it takes some of the urgency out of this, and therefore there may be good sense in giving this thorough consideration rather than rushed consideration. But before I'll invite Rose Leonard and Warwick McNaughton to talk to the paper, could I perhaps ask Councillor Alf Filipina to move the recommendations and Councillor Dalton to second it as two of the three members on the joint working party. Councillor Filipina, Councillor Dalton, are you happy to move and second the recommendations?
Yeah, I put it in the sidebar, Your Worship. So yeah,
okay,
I'll move
sorry.
it
Yes,
and
thank
kia ora.
Yep,
Bye-bye.
sorry, hadn't read that yet, and Councillor Dalton seconded it. So if I could invite Rose Leonard to commence the report by officials on the recommendations, please.
Good on Mayor Phil and councillors. It's good to be with you today. This report, as the Mayor said, is the follow-up in response to the joint GB-IMSB hui on the 16th of December, where you agreed to consider the Royal Commission model in time for 2022, and if not, for 2025. In the report, we've given you an overview of the model proposed by the Royal Commission in the lead up to Auckland's amalgamation in 2010. This is the model that's been supported by the joint group made up of 3 members of the Independent Māori Statutory Board and 3 members of your governing body. This group was supported by staff from the IMSB Secretariat and Council, and I just wanted to say kia ora to my colleagues and the joint group for this mahi. The joint group looked at 5 models of governance, which included the existing model known as the parliamentary model. All but that existing model would require legislative change for a bespoke model for Tāmaki Makaurau, or alternatively legislative change for all of Aotearoa. Excuse me. The joint group asked staff to carefully consider ways to change the Royal Commission model should the governing body be willing to change its existing position. Your existing position, just to remind you, is that you wish to have Māori ward councillors via the existing parliamentary model in time for the 2025 elections. And you have supported Minister Mahuta's omnibus bill, which removes the existing cap to the number of Auckland ward councillors so that Auckland Council can achieve this. The Minister's discussion document did not ask about different models for Māori representation in local government, and she has indicated that the focus of her staff is on getting the Omnibus Bill enacted by November next year, and that's after the 2022 elections. For those reasons, Auckland Council staff have not recommended that you pursue change for 2022. Staff have not yet engaged with mana whenua or mātāwaka on these matters, and it's for that reason that we now make the 3 recommendations that you have before you, which is to engage with mana whenua and mātāwaka in order to inform Auckland Council's future position on Māori representation, to consider its support for a model of Māori representation, including the Royal Commission model, once all of that engagement is completed with mana whenua and mātāwaka, and to come back to you with a timeline for further work early in 2022. Thank you, Mayor Phil. I'll just leave it open now for pātai.
Okay, thank you very much. That's pretty clear exposition of where we're at, and we did discuss this at the joint working group, but I'm open for, first of all, any questions on it. If not, any comments on it. So following the advice of officers, we'll get a report and a timeline for the work that needs to be done on this pretty early next year. I have a question from Councillor Pipakoon. Councillor Coon.
Tēnā koe e te koromatua. Ngā mihi Rose, thank you for everybody who's worked on this and brought this forward. The pātai I have just relates to the interaction between the resolution from the governing body IMSB meeting seeking us to be advocating for this model in time for the 2022 elections, and I totally appreciate all the practical reasons why that's difficult, but we already had the Minister's response before that resolution, so my understanding is that IMSB was still looking for us to be advocates to progress this at pace and to be looking at it in time for 2022. So I can understand the recommendations and I'm very happy to support them, but I just want to really understand how this responds to the expectations from IMSB when we held that meeting. Could I thank you?
Yeah, I think the question, Rose, is it actually possible to implement any change in terms of the election in October next year with regard to the Minister's letter where she said she's not prepared to legislate for the alternative model? Is it possible in order to get a Māori ward in place on the parliamentary model by 2022? My understanding was that it wasn't.
Sorry, with respect, Mr. Mayor, that's not my pātai. I mean, that is one question, but mine is more about we all knew what the Minister's response was and the practicalities. Yeah. It's more to do with our relationship with IMSB and acting in good faith to the resolution that we passed, which was their expectation that we would, notwithstanding the Minister's response, be actually still advocating for the resolutions, is just to see what we can do for 2022. So I just wanted to understand that part of it.
Yeah, so I'm sorry if I misrepresented your question, but we can't advocate for something that we can't put into effect. But I'll leave that over to Rose to answer your question and my question.
Kia ora, Councillor Coleman, thank you for your question. As officers of Auckland Council, who and my team are the ones who run the elections, we looked really hard at practical ways in which we could achieve this by 2022. At the moment, you have to undertake a representation review in order to do to make a change to your boundaries. If we were to implement, I mean, practically the Minister's, I'll start with practically the Minister's bill to allow you to have Māori wards is not going to be through in time for this election, for the 2022 election. That's where we started. But if she was able to rush through legislation under urgency, that removed the need for us to undertake a representation review in time for the 2022 elections, and also that she was prepared to entertain a bespoke model for Auckland. What would actually need to happen in order for that to happen? And it is my view, the view of my staff, that we cannot practically achieve that for 2022. And so, notwithstanding what the IMSB had wanted us to achieve, we don't believe it is practically possible to achieve that, given the Minister's response. I did look at every angle, Councillor Coombe, I assure you, to see if we could achieve this. I don't believe it is possible under current legislation.
No, I thank you for that answer. I agree with that, but I guess we knew that when we passed our resolution in December as well. So accept where we've landed, and I support this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I have no further questions on this. Are there any comments? Oh, sorry, I have Councillor Filipaina, question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, my partai is in regards to the engagement that is referred to in B. Our understanding with the recommendation that we went through with the working group was that the working group recommendation came back to the governing body to make a decision, and that decision was to either continue with the recommendation that Councillor Pippa has just referred to, which was legislative change, or that we support what the working group had put through to the governing body. Now, there was no discussion around us as in the governing body going out to the engagement before we make our own decision. So I'm a wee bit confused with B, Your Worship, and Rose, that's my understanding, is that we needed to go have our kōrero with governing body as the Independent Māori Statutory Board did with the joint recommendation, and they came back supporting the Royal Commission model. As Councillor Coombe said earlier in her partai, was that we made a decision that went through to the working group that we were going to do the parliamentary model. So why is it now a necessity or be there when we need to make a decision on the working group recommendation? Because I'm now confused, and I don't normally get confused, but I am now. Kia ora.
Let's see if Rose can help on that. Rose.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. This is our best advice to you as staff about the best way to conduct this process going forward. We've not yet had an opportunity to talk to our treaty partners and mātāwaka about this important matter. We believe it's really important, and we will be talking to those same people ahead of the Future of Local Government Review panel meeting, and they'll be talking to you in April of next year. We would like to join up our consultation with that process because we see the future of local government as being an excellent vehicle to bring about change of this nature and to get through some fairly significant legislative change that would be needed in order to implement the Royal Commission model, should mana whenua and mātāwaka agree that that is the model that they wish us to pursue. We don't have clear visibility of that at the moment. So our best advice to you from both my team and Ngā Matarai is that we go out and consult with our treaty partners and mātāwaka on this.
Your Worship, look, I'll say I won't be supporting B, just to let you know, Your Worship, and maybe that needs me to withdraw mover, and I will, through my whakaaro, explain why. Because that is not my understanding also from the Independent Māori Statutory Board in regards to what we recommended moving forward. So look, Your Worship, I can ask other questions, but from my perspective as the co-chair, and I'm hoping that the two other councillors, Councillor Dalton and Henderson, the same view. And Your Worship, I just think that with the delay that will happen with B, and if I'm bordering on now making my comments, I just wanted to put that in front of yourself, Your Worship, because that was not my understanding, even with the discussions I had with the Independent Māori Statutory Board, because at the moment with B, we are delaying that process. If we decide to still support the parliamentary model as a result of legislation having to be put in place, I would rather do that. Then we are clear as a governing body what our position would be, and not to go out with our treaty partners. That's not the understanding I got from our working group. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Just to clarify, Councillor, are you withdrawing your moving of the motion? It's a little bit hard to move the motion, but to oppose a key part of it. I'll just need to get an alternative mover of the recommendation if you want to withdraw from that.
Yeah, look, so Your Worship, I am based on B, because that is not my understanding as co-chair of what the process was going to be from the governing body. And when Councillor Coombe mentioned, just our relationship with Independent Māori Statutory Board, that is my understanding. Kia ora.
Okay, just to try to clear it up, because it is quite an important matter, we agreed at the meeting that we would consider whether we'd support an alternative model of Māori representation. And what our officers are saying, I guess, in this is as part of determining whether we were going to support an alternative model, we would be probably at some risk if we made this decision without consulting with Mana Whenua and Mata Waka. That's the position of behind the officer's advice, Rose?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So look, this could have been done, I guess, in a fairly quick and peremptory way by simply saying, well, we looked at this, we've already decided we're doing the parliamentary model, so we'll have a vote on it. I got the sense, but correct me, Alf, if I'm wrong, that we should do this thoroughly rather than simply get it off the table now without giving due consideration for the alternative model. And if we give consideration for the alternative model, I know we would come under a lot of criticism from the Mana Whenua Forum, for example, if we weren't to consult them on it. That's where the difficulty lies in it. Does that explain why we're doing it? If you've got any other question that you'd like to clarify, I'm happy to take any further questions.
I'll go through the partai, because now there's several questions. And Rose, I hate to ask you these questions, but I need to get clarification around this particular issue. Can you confirm that at the working group meeting that there was no discussion in regards to going out for consultation? Can you confirm that?
Are you talking about in the joint group, the political group, or in the staff working group, Councillor?
I'm talking about our working group, and that the process that we discussed there was that each of the recommendation would go to the Independent Māori Statutory Board. They would discuss it and then have a recommendation as to whether they support the working group recommendation. It then went to the governing body as to whether they support that recommendation from the working party, which was support the Royal Commission. So I want to confirm that there was no discussion when we discussed this particular issue, and if Warwick's online, he can answer that question, that there was no discussion around going out to engagement with Mana Whenua, with our community around that, because of the timeline.
If I may, Mayor Phil, answer that question. The working group, the staff group, have always discussed going out to discuss this with Mana Whenua and Mata Waka. Always we have discussed that. You will understand the parameters that were set by the political working party, that we weren't to put any barriers in place to that. This is my And Ngā Matarai's advice to you, councillors, it is not the advice of the IMSB Secretariat. It is the advice, although they have reviewed this report and had input into it, and we have done our due diligence around talking to people. However, this is our officer advice to you, which is what normally comes to governing body.
So, another part, Rose, can you tell me that discussions in regards to this joint recommendation from the Joint Working Party, can you tell me that the discussions also centred that nothing, if the Minister for Local Government could not get the legislation through, then the Joint Working Group were looking at 2025 elections if if it wouldn't go through Parliament?
Sorry, councillor, can you please reframe that question? I don't understand.
Well, at the working group, didn't we also discuss and say that that everything depending on the elections in 2022 hinged on the legislative change that the local government minister will be making?
Correct, and she has written to you and said that she will not be putting through anything under urgency, and that she does not want to consider a bespoke model for Auckland. We have taken her word on that, councillor.
I understand that, Your Worship. Look, it's just one last part to Rose. Rose, how long, if B goes through, how long would the engagement take for us to do that?
Our current thinking, although I am going to be bringing a timeline back to you, or I'm asking to, is that we would do some quick soundings with mana whenua and Mātāwaka as quick as we can, because there's a lot going on. However, we do want to, if we can, link it up with the future of local government engagement that will be going on. But Denise and O'Shaughnessy and I started looking at that yesterday. I think we need to do some quick soundings, and Ngā Matarai have suggested that we do that. Depending on what comes back from that, then I can put together this timeline for you and understand what the views might be out there, even at an initial stage. And then if there's real unanimity and you all want to change it, then it would still be that the minister had to make legislative change under urgency, which is why I'm recommending to you that that would not be a great process to go out there and talk to people about the ability to change something that the minister has already ruled out, and would be very difficult from a staff resourcing and timing point of view in order to put a representation. She would have to remove that need as well. I just think, councillor, that I do want to give you our undertaking to all councillors actually, that we have looked at this really carefully and we are applying considerable resource to it in order to move this along as quickly as we can. I'm not dragging the chain. We are doing our very best to keep faith with the IMSB's recommendations, but it is our advice to you that there is a very slim to none chance of getting this through for 2022 because of what the minister has said to us.
So, Your Worship, I didn't get a timeline. I don't know whether it's going to take 3 months, 2 months with the quick. So, look, I'll save my whakaaro, but I will withdraw me moving this recommendation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, look, I'll need somebody else to move the recommendation. Is there? I'm happy to move it. Actually, that might be easiest. Councillor Dalton, are you still happy to second it?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Warwick, I think you'd indicated you had a comment that you'd like to make on it before I go to the next question.
It might be out of date now, Your Worship, but the issue that Councillor Filipaina raised about engagement, I was just going to draw the meeting's attention to paragraph 4 in the executive summary, where it sets out what was agreed to at the joint meeting. And what was agreed to was a request that we consider 3 things. The first thing was supporting the Royal Commission model of Māori representation, but the second thing was enabling further engagement with mana whenua and Mātāwaka to receive feedback, and the third thing was proposing something to the minister. So that the engagement with mana whenua and Matawaka was clearly in that agreement.
Yeah, thanks, Warwick. I think it's quite good to go back to look at what that recommendation did say. I've just look. I understand where Councillor Filipaina is coming from, but the first thing is, if this was about, are we able to do something that would get changed by 2022? I think the answer is that we can't, and the minister has clearly ruled out a Royal Commission model. But we've also heard at this meeting and back, I think in August when we last met on this, that the timeline doesn't allow it to happen for 2022. Given that we can't do it for 2022, my view is that we should try to be as thorough as possible, because this is not a small issue. This is quite a significant issue, as any issue about representation is. We always have a process of consultation. We'd have to take it to wider public consultation, as well as mana whenua and Matawaka, because that's what we always do on representation issues. So we have the time if it's no longer possible to do that in 2022. So it's not a case of holding up something that we might otherwise be able to do, Alf and Pippa, in time for next year. The advice we've got, and the minister's advice, is that she's ruled out making any change, and that we won't be able to do this in time for 2022. But look, I'll go through further questions, and then obviously, Councillor Filipaina, you've got the chance actually also either to ask further questions or to make comments when we come to that. The next question is in the name of Councillor Shane Henderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I have a lot of sympathy with Councillor Filipaina's difficulty with B. I'm reading this as kind of the former lawyer that I am, and I'm trying to figure out what this recommendation is actually saying. You know, my particular issue is the first couple of words there: consider its support for a model of Māori representation, comma. Now, it's a long-standing view of this council that we support Māori representation. I think we've always supported it, at the very least in the last few election cycles. So it's, to be honest with you, with respect, it's fairly clumsily drafted. So my question is, and thanks staff for directing the meeting's attention to 4, what the recommendation of the Working Party was, which I was on. Why didn't we just import this recommendation to become B under 13? And I appreciate the point around 2022, and the minister has clearly ruled that out. We could have deleted that section if it makes everyone more comfortable to go for 2025. That seems to make more sense to me. So why didn't we, I guess my question is, why didn't we import the recommendation under 4 in this report straight over to B?
For you, Mayor Phil. I didn't, Councillor Henderson, because I believe we haven't spoken to mana whenua and Matawaka about this. And so, yes, we have always supported Māori representation. What we're being asked to do is look at models of Māori representation. That's what the joint group did. That's what they asked us to do, and we did. We went out and spoke to Dr. Claire Charters and a few other people who had some ideas around these issues, and we considered 5 models. The one that is being advocated for, or that you agreed to consider, is a model of Māori representation, different to the existing model. A model exists. What I don't want to get caught doing when we go out to mana whenua and Matawaka, respectfully, is to have had a pre-cooked idea of what that should be. I really don't know what the views out there are. IMSB never purport to talk on behalf of our treaty partners. It's up to us to go out and talk to them individually. That has always been our practice. We take advice from the IMSB of these issues. That's why we're here today. They have advocated for this issue very strongly, and we are here doing justice to that. But we really need to talk to mana whenua and Matawaka. I have no idea what their views will be, And I don't want to be seen to be pushing a particular model when I don't know what their views are. That's very simply the best advice from staff who are going to be going out there on your behalf with this kōrero.
Thank you for the advice. I'm not sure if I agree with it necessarily, so I'll just come back to that in comments, Mayor.
Yeah, just to clarify, this is not a question of whether or not we will support direct Māori representation. We already have a policy that we passed by I think the governing body that said we support the parliamentary model. What this paper is about is, having met with the IMSB, they would like us, through the work done by their working party, which you were a part of, to look at an alternative model. And then we'd have to make a decision as a governing body as to which of those models we think is preferable. But what our staff is saying, they're not challenging Māori representation at all. They're saying we would put ourselves into some considerable jeopardy if we were to make a decision in the absence of having talked to the wider mana whenua and Matawaka groups. And I absolutely agree with that position. We would go into considerable flack if we were to make a decision relating to Māori representation without having talked to them about the two alternative models first. So I think the staff are trying to help overcome a situation where we'd be in some real problems if we didn't do that.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just follow up on that? Thanks
please,
for that.
Councillor.
Yeah, and I agree completely. I think you've made some very good points there, Mayor. My reading of B, though, is that actually it does ask us whether it's supporting Māori representation or not, which is not appropriate. It's just how it's drafted. I don't think that's the intention of the drafter. I think it's just how it's drafted. So my question to staff would be, just in line with that, Mayor, and the previous advice, do they not think under point 4 of this report that recommendation there, enabling further engagement with mana whenua and Mātāwaka, which was pointed out before, is that not covered in that? And, just to reiterate my previous point of why didn't we just port that over? I think that really addresses the concerns. Does it not? Or
with respect, and through you, Mayor Phil, this was drafted carefully. Appreciate that you might not think it's correct. It was drafted so that we can go out without a pre-cooked, looking like it's pre-cooked, looking like we're saying this is the model we want you to choose. We have an existing position and it is a model. Call it what you want. It's the parliamentary model. That's our position. If we're going to change that model, the Royal Commission is a very valid model. It's the one that has been recommended by the joint group. As staff, I'm it's our staff that are going to be going out there and doing the consultation. I would like to think that we're open to all views that we hear, rather than going out and saying that we all agree that this model is the model and that we want you to essentially rubber stamp it. That is not good practice, and I would feel very uncomfortable doing that.
If just an intervention that might help, if we were to add to our recommendations, note that the current model supported by Auckland Council is for direct Māori representation along the lines of the parliamentary model. Would that, Councillor Henderson, would that overcome your concern?
Yes, it would, Mayor. Thanks. Okay,
so Rose, can I just suggest that you and Sandra just work on, that could be a new B, so it would be, note that the current position of Auckland Council is to support direct Māori representation based on the parliamentary model, and then B becomes C and C becomes D. If you're happy with that, Councillor Henderson, and councillors, I'll just double check. Councillor Dalton, would you be happy with that as the seconder of the recommendations?
Yeah, look, I'm not quite sure. I'm listening to Rose saying that they crafted this very carefully, and they would have done it, I'm assuming, with the Secretariat. It makes sense to me. So if we could get some advice from Rose, perhaps, on that.
Yeah, Rose, would you like to comment on that? Would that
yes,
recommendation?
Yeah, so I feel very comfortable with that recommendation. It is stating a fact. It is our current position.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're fine
Thank
with that, Angela, we'll add in a new B. Hopefully Sandra is working on that. And I'll just go through. Councillor Henderson, any further questions from yourself?
No, that's fine. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay,
Thanks,
Councillor Watson, next question.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. As far as consultation goes with mana whenua and Mātāwaka goes, I think the point, it was made quite clearly in the report at point 29 that at the time of the Royal Commission, there wasn't actually unanimity of view amongst mana whenua and Mātāwaka, that there were different views on Maori representation. So that clause then essentially is absolutely necessary when you look at it in that historic context where different groups of Maori have different views. So I don't know how you sort that out other than going out to consult with them. Sort of things moving fast here. I mean, I was under the impression, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the recommendations and in particular the use of the word consider, which is pretty clear. That's to think about something. You think carefully about something before making a decision. I was under the impression that this was going to go through the rigor that you suggested, and that there was going to be a comprehensive report coming back with all options. What I'm hearing now with the addition here is that the assumption is that the council view is the parliamentary model, is the one that's was the initial decision, and that any other view therefore is that might present a different view then is trumped by this previous decision. So in actual fact, a final decision as such as suggested is going to be a final suggested amongst the choices that we've identified here today. It's not going to be something else.
No, I don't think that's correct, Councillor. As Rose indicated before, my suggested new B simply is a statement of fact. Note that the council's current position is in support of direct Maori representation based on the parliamentary model. What we're doing here, let's come back to why this paper's in front of us. We have undertaken at the IMSB governing body joint meeting to consider in good faith an alternative model that the working party came up with. And I think we should do that. That's what we undertook to do. We should honour our undertaking. But in doing that, given that we're not under a time constraint because no change will happen in 2022, I think it's really important in a representation issue to do it thoroughly and to get it right. Why would we rush through this, and why would we ignore a process of consultation with mana whenua and Mātāwaka, because that would only undermine whatever decision that we made if we hadn't been through that process. So it's not predetermining the outcome at all. It's saying this is what our current position is. IMSB has asked us through the working group to consider the alternative model, and that's exactly the process that we're going through. We're honouring our undertaking to look at the alternative model and to do so thoroughly and in consultation, trying to work out what the wider views within Māoridom are about the alternative models.
Okay, and just on that issue, finally on that issue of consultation, your early comments suggest that given that it is to do with representation, then we're obliged to go to the wider public, not just mana whenua and Mātāwaka as well. Is that correct?
That's absolutely the case. I might ask Warwick to comment on that. That's part of, or Rose, that's part of our normal process on anything to do with representation, isn't it? That we consult with our people. I think it's important to do that. What I didn't agree with is the idea that you might have to go to have a referendum on it, because that would have predetermined an outcome. But Rose or Warwick, would you like to comment on that? normal process?
I'll start and perhaps Warwick can fill in if I leave anything out. We must undertake a representation review before the 2025 elections, where we go out and talk to Aucklanders about how they are going to be represented in Auckland Council. That includes really fundamental questions like, are you going to be elected at large? How many wards, boundaries, etc. There are some really big things that get addressed in a representation review. You must undertake one every 6 years. You've agreed to undertake one. You agreed not to undertake one before the previous election, or for this election, you've agreed to undertake one for 2025. So that is where the general public get to have a say about electoral matters. However, with respect to Māori wards, it is your decision to implement Māori wards or not. It's not a given. You have to make that decision. You've indicated that you will, and you will be able to after this election in November 2022. The minister will have her omnibus bill through, and you will be able to do that. We intend to first of all go out and talk to mana whenua and mātāwaka about this specific issue because it particularly relates to them. Aucklanders will have views, that's for sure, but it is actually your decision, and it will be your direction if you want, when we come back to you with our process next year, to direct us to consult further with Aucklanders more generally before you make a decision again to implement a Māori representation model. But you've already indicated that you would. That's been your previous submission to the minister, that you will implement Māori representation in time for 2025 using the parliamentary model. So if you want us to consult again with Aucklanders more generally, we can. I would suggest to you that's not 100% necessary. But if that's what you want to do, then you can. But we must, I believe, consult with mana whenua on this issue and mātāwaka.
Yeah, and the point, I think, if I'm getting it right, is that we need to have a consultation process in the normal course of events before 2025, which would include any changes we were making. So does that answer your point, Councillor Watson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's good. Now, I don't have any other questions, I think, but I do have some requests for comments, and I'll go first to Councillor Angela Dalton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Rose and Warwick, for all the work that's gone into this, and Shane and Alf, who were on the group with me, and to the IMSB and the Secretariat. Look, the IMSB would love to have the Royal Commission model in place for 2022, and I think that the Minister could continue to say no right up until October, and they would not give up. They won't give up, and that's their right not to give up. But the advice that we've received is that we need to do some more work on this. We must always go back to first principles, which is consulting with mana whenua, and it's the consultation, even if the legislation did go through, to be able to go through the consultation will hold it up anyway, and we would never be able to reach 2022 with the best will in the world. Also accepting that IMSB will never give up, which is their right to want to get this through. So I supported the original recommendations. I don't want to cock things up now, but B just sounds like it's sounding like it's a predetermined outcome. And I just wondered if it could be finessed. I thought perhaps it was going to be incorporated into C. If I can just leave that with Rose to have a think about. But look, I support this. We do need to have more elected Māori representation around our table. And that until we can get enough Māori voting, that's not going to just happen in the course of a general election. So just there's a huge amount of work and a whole lot of conversations that have gone into this, and it's a good thing. It will be a good outcome eventually, but I agree too that we will be looking at 2025. So I'll leave it there, Your Worship. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Philippiner, I was on mute. Somebody keeps putting me on mute, Madam Secretary.
Yeah, my apologies for doing that, Your Worship, putting you on mute. Your Worship, look, the issue for me is this. We made a decision at governing body to support the parliamentary model, pending, and the caveat was, that there has to be legislative change. We did not go out to mana whenua or mātā waka when we made that decision. With the joint working group, and to let you and everybody know, I have been speaking with the co-chair and the secretariat today, this morning, around this particular issue. When the working group made the recommendation, and that came through to the joint independent Māori statutory board and governing body meeting, it was to put on the table for us to go back to our respective entities, for want of a better term. The independent Māori statutory board, as they said at the joint working group with GB, they are supporting the recommendation from the working group. We then had to discuss it, and that was going to be today. All they needed to know was what was our position going to be. And our position, in my head, as we discussed at the working group, was that we will still support, we will consider the recommendation, but we will still support the parliamentary model with the caveat that is dependent on the legislative change. That is what I was going to push at this particular meeting, so then the independent Māori statutory board would know what our position is, which is currently the parliamentary model and with the legislative change. If the legislative change does not happen, and we've been given the letter, and Angela said it, Councillor Dalton said it correctly. Yes, we did get the letter. Both the co-chairs and the working group got the letter saying, at this stage, no, it's going to go through the timeline and the parliamentary timeline that the minister indicated. So we all knew that if that's the case and it continues right up to October, as Councillor Dalton said, well then it's definitely not going to happen. But she also said something, and this is the reason, Your Worship, why I withdrew my moving of this recommendation. And what Councillor Dalton said is that this consultation will delay any decision. And that is what I am concerned about, is the delay. Even if it went through urgency, as Councillor Dalton said, even if it went through urgency, if the Minister for Local Government had a change of mind and she then pushed it through to her parliamentary colleagues through urgency, we would not be in the position because we will be delaying the process. All independent Māori statutory board wanted in regards to this particular issue was to see whether we would support that recommendation from the joint working group, or we support the parliamentary model and the legislative change, as we have already done. And that's what I was looking forward to with this particular item, is that we as the governing body indicate to the joint working group and independent Māori statutory board is that we have considered your joint recommendation, but we will still go through and support the parliamentary model with the legislative change. Nothing changes then, Your Worship and councillors, and that's why I ended up having a look in the consultation. That was never discussed, even with the Secretariat and the co-chair and at the working group. The consultation, they needed us to make a decision. That decision I was going to support if everybody around this table now wanted to support what we have already indicated and recommended from the governing body, parliamentary with the legislative change. I would be supporting it because that is the way that I know the governing body would support. So, with your worship, that's why this consultation, and again, I go back to Councillor Dalton and what she said, consultation will delay the process. Even if it went through urgency, it would still delay the process because we are going out. We're going to maybe take a month or even 2. And my last point, your worship, from my perspective, is that we've already made our decision. We did that at one of the governing body meetings. And for me, I wanted to end up putting this in front of the governing body and for us to make a decision. So, your worship, thank you so much. And I'll exercise my vote after this. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next comment is from Councillor Shane Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, and just acknowledging as well the hard work from the IMSB, particularly those that were on our committee, but also everybody, our councillors that I was really glad to kind of be on the working group with, and also all staff that worked really hard for this. Look, I'm not comfortable voting against this personally, but I would have been tempted to do so, and I'll kind of explain why a little bit. The first principle for me is to support Māori representation, and so I'll be voting consistently with that principle. But as I've said in the questions, I'm not really comfortable with where we've landed in these recommendations. Looking at 4 in this report, and then looking at our representations here, I think this does fundamentally change what our working group actually agreed on. Our view is to support the Royal Commission model, that we're very clear on that. And that's what I was hoping we would vote on in a much clearer way today. I simply don't support contentions around pre-cooking consultations. When all the time we go, for example, we go up to the public and say, look, what do you think about a 3.5 rate increase? We don't say to the public, how much do you want to pay in rates? We go out with substance. We say, look, this is council's position. We've actually changed our position. We support the Royal Commission model, as we always should have done. What do you think about that? Do you maybe like some of these other models that might be in this report as well, either instead? You know, we go with substance. That's something we always do. And I think that today we should have been voting on supporting the Royal Commission model. That's what I thought we should have been doing. Leaving aside the timings around 2022, 2025, because Matua Elf has talked about that extensively. I think ultimately we should have picked up that resolution that we have in 4 in the report and plonked it straight into our recommendations and voted it through. So I'll be voting for this simply because I support the principles of it, but I think we haven't done the right thing. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Henderson. Next comment, Councillor Newman.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. It's been going on. Look, I don't quite understand where some people are at the moment, because yes, the council's current position is to support direct Māori representation based on a parliamentary model. There are other models potentially to be able to ensure that Māori representation is secured in terms of being able to elect councillors to the governing body, and all options should be considered. And so I don't think that other options should be precluded. That would obviously take time. I think that that's what Rose is referring to. We have the opportunity to take time. I don't think that there is an opportunity in 2022. And so I just want to acknowledge and thank Rose for her considered work on this issue, and to thank Warwick McNaughton and the team. And I would look forward to taking the time necessary to have a frank and candid conversation and to listen to mana whenua and matawaka, because that's one thing that we do have. We have the time to do so. So thank you for the update to the officers. And with respect to the item, noting that we are constrained by the fact that we have to work to the Minister's timetable, which is not conducive to something that we can deliver in accordance with what the IMSB want for 2022. But at least it provides us with an opportunity to assess all of the options, including whether the parliamentary option is still the appropriate option. Because frankly, Your Worship, I'm not sure that it is. There may be other ways to do this, but I want to thank Rose, and I do wish her and Warwick every best wish for Merry Christmas to them, and I want to let them know that well, they certainly enjoy my support in terms of the analysis that they do, and I would expect that this will be a confronting conversation when it's had next year, but it will certainly hope to inform decisions. It will certainly help to inform decisions as we move forward to what will be a bespoke model, I'm sure, that we will implement by 2025.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John Watson.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening carefully to the commentary here, and certainly I support the notion of that consultation taking place with mana whenua and Mātāwaka. I mean, I recall not too long ago, Ngarimu Blair, for instance, making some pretty telling comments on Maori representation, both as it is and as it might be in the future. And I think, as was alluded to in our report, there is actually quite a history of different views, of divergent views, and I think it's important that they're all captured. What I also think is important to be captured is the wider representation review and the consultation with the public that will go with that as well. I think that's important because there is the wider Auckland community that of course is affected by representation, and although we've seen the undesirable effects of where that representation or that view in terms of referendums can be used as something of a trump card, I certainly don't go along with the notion that somehow then should automatically translate into people more generally not having a view on matters where they are represented. And let's face it, in a body as a council, there's votes taken by all the people that are present that affect them, that affect their communities, and that's, I guess, one of the fundamental principles of democracy, that people have a say in the people that represent them and in the decisions they make. Albeit this is slightly outside of that realm, but the same principle applies. Certainly, I guess, my view is from the start is that I support elected Maori representation. And I think that's probably in keeping with what I've just said, and I suspect a lot of people would feel the same. In terms of the particular model, what I find a little amusing in some respects is the position of the IMSB in itself. So we're talking about parliamentary models or other models. I'm not aware of any model in New Zealand that exists currently or is being proposed where you have a body such as the IMSB that was appointed largely as the means of coping ineffectively, as it is turned out, I think, in terms of Maori demands himself of Maori representation. We have 9 people unelected sitting on all council committees, except the governing body, and now conceivably 3 or 2 people that are elected across Auckland as a whole. That, to me, doesn't seem to emerge sufficiently clearly from this, what actually is being proposed if we take the wider context, and I think that needs to certainly be socialised, certainly with the public in the first place, that they understand exactly what is being proposed here in the long term in terms of overall representation. And I take representation to be where people have the ability to vote and affect decisions and affect budgets. So I look forward to that representation. I look forward to what comes back from mana whenua and Mātāwaka, and I look forward to a considered decision down the line where all the realities of what's being proposed are put on the table, and people then vote accordingly on that, as opposed to perhaps separating specific proposals off and giving the impression that that's all that's being put up, where in actual fact there already is a form of representation in existence at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the comments for fellow councillors and for the work that the Joint Working Party has done, and particularly also to Rose for the work that her and her team has done in Warwick about this proposal. I'm going to be supporting this recommendation simply because the Minister's told us very clearly that any decision by 22 is not going to happen. So we're looking at 25. Let's go out and talk to our mana whenua and mata waka, get their views and what they would like and desire, and let's get that decision made before the 25 election, and so it can help inform the legislation that the Minister is proposing to put forward to the House at that time, to be enabled at that time. I think what's here gives us a more comprehensive opportunity to get a better understanding of what Aucklanders want, and particularly what our mana whenua and mata waka want. So I'll be supporting Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I next have Councillor Tracy Mulholland.
Thanks, Your Worship. The Deputy Mayor just stole all my words. So I won't repeat it because that is exactly, what I was thinking. But I am one who strongly believes in democracy, and I think we do need to hear back from community, and I do believe that we need to hear back from mata waka, mana whenua, and any people who would like to contribute to the conversation. I understand absolutely, and probably with a lot more clarity now. So I want to thank councillors for debate and information sharing, and I want to really acknowledge the staff from my perspective who have worked on this, so it makes it easier for me as a decision maker to move forward. I will be supporting the recommendations, and Your Worship, I'd like to acknowledge the Working Party on this because it is extra time. It is a very, very critical and important issue to our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hills, I'm not quite sure. Are you seeking a comment or not?
No,
okay.
My comment was largely I'm confused at what happened
in
the last half an hour. So but that's not a speaking turn. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Grigg-Sayers, last comment then, and I'll wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll probably feel a little bit similar to you, Councillor Hills, over the last half hour. But look, I just want to congratulate Rose and Warren also for the presentation of the paper today. I have found their presentation and comments very helpful. And yes, look, we do need to go out and get the views of the other parties as suggested in the recommendation. I certainly support the idea of elected Māori representation, very much so. But I would find it hard to support, well, I wouldn't support the continuation of the ISMB and its unelected membership plus seats for elected Māori representation, especially when anyone, including those who identify as Māori, could run for any of the existing ward seats as well. So on that note, I will be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Look, if I can just wind up, excuse me, if I can still speak. Actually, I'm just going to get a glass of water if you can give me 1 minute.
5-minute break?
I think calling for a glass of water may fix my throat. Look, just 5 months ago, we met as a governing body, and we had a very full discussion, and we listened to the report of our professional advisors. And as a result of that discussion, we voted very clearly to adopt a parliamentary model for Māori representation. I support direct Māori representation. I think that the government of the day made a mistake in not allowing for it along the lines that we have for well over a century allowed for it in Parliament. That is our position until we change it. What happened 2 weeks ago was that when we met with the Independent Maori Statutory Board and then heard the response from the Joint Working Party, they asked us to look at an alternative model, which is the Royal Commission model. It's a quite different model, and while I appreciate that some councillors might have wanted to have adopted that model there and then, it's not wise when it comes to a representation question, in my mind, to change a considered position with a new position without thoroughly examining the pros and cons of which of the alternative models are to be preferred. And if you are to do that, then it makes sense to me that you listen to what the voices in the community are telling us, first of all in the Maori community. And there isn't one voice in the Maori community on this issue, just as there isn't one voice in the Pākehā community on the issue. But if we were to consider making a significant change, then we are obliged to listen to Māoridom, mana whenua and mata waka. And in any change in representation, we are, in my view, obliged to consider that for consultation with our community. In the end, the decision is ours as the governing body. We will listen to differing views, and my guess is that they will not be unanimous, either in Māoridom or in the wider community, but we will listen to those views, and on the basis of hearing from those views and hearing the professional advice that we've received, we will make a decision. Is there a need to act urgently on this matter? And I think the answer to that is no, because there is no way that we will actually change the representation system to any alternative model for 2022. And there's no way at the moment, unless the Minister decides to change the government's position, that we would be able to adopt the Royal Commission model as a bespoke model. So I think we take the time that we need to over that to get the decision right. And because it is about representation in a democracy, it's absolutely fundamental. Fundamental to democracy, that when you make decisions about who is represented as elected representatives, that we do it thoroughly and that we consult on it. And that's why I support the recommendations that we have got here. We may decide to change the model or to advocate to the government to change the model. That's on the table. That would not be my preference at this point, but it is an option that is open to us as a governing body. But before we do that, we would need to consider all of the implications, the costs, the benefits of the alternative models thoroughly, and to listen to what the community and the Māori community are telling us so that we get this decision right. So I'm not particularly confused about it. We have a position. We have advocacy for adopting a different position. And in order to consider those alternative models, we will talk to the community about it before reaching our decision. And we'll do it within a time frame that will allow us to implement a change in time for 2025. So on that basis, I would commend to you the recommendations that you have before you. So I'll now put that to a vote. I'll do it on the voices unless there's a call for a division. If people are against it, you can, of course, record your opposition to the recommendations, should you wish. So not having heard a call for a division, I'll put it on the voices. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. To the contrary, no.
No. No. And can I'm not supporting A, C, D. I will only support B. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Filipaina recording his opposition to A, C, D. Is there anybody else that wants their opposition recorded?
Yep, Kathy.
And to which clauses, Councillor?
Same.
Okay. Any further opposition or desire to have your voice recorded against?
Mayor, I'd like to abstain on A, C, and D because that's not what the working group that I was on actually voted through.
Okay, we have two votes against, recorded against, one abstention. Then I will declare the vote carried.
Sorry, I'll be voting similarly with Councillor Filipina.
Okay, so
Me too, Councillor Bartley.
Councillor Bartley. Okay, so with those votes record, that's 4 votes. If I've got it right, Sandra, recorded against, 1 abstention, but carried by a majority. I declare the vote carried. And councillors, it's just after 12:30. I suggest we take a break for lunch and we resume at 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much. I think we've probably got to do the roll call again, Sandra, do we? Usually
Yes,
do
we
for this.
do.
So let's run through the roll call now. It's 1:01, so it's given people a margin of a minute to over what we were requiring. So over to you, Sandra.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Present.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Kia ora. Councillor Collins.
I'm here, thanks, Sandra, by phone.
Thank you. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora anō.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper. Aye. Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
I'm here.
Thanks. Councillor Filipaina. Him and Shane are still just in the lunchroom. They'll be back in a minute. Thanks. Councillor Fletcher.
Present.
Is Councillor Henderson back yet? No. Councillor Hills.
Christmas present.
Ah.
Councillor Mulholland.
Good afternoon, present.
Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon, Sandra.
Good afternoon. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Present on the beach.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Here, Sandra.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just check Councillor Filipaina?
Aye.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Hello.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker.
Present.
Thank you. Back to you, Mayor Phil.
Great, thank
Thanks,
you, Sandra.
Sandra.
Right, so we're now on to item number 14, which is Auckland Light Rail. I may move those recommendations and I'll ask my co-sponsor, Bill Cashmore.
Did you get me, Sandra?
Yes, we got you, Wayne, and you're cutting
Sharon,
across what I'm saying.
Sharon's here. I was just talking to my CSA. Sorry about that.
Okay, right, let's get back onto the business. Councillor Cashmore, are you happy to second recommendations in item number 14?
Indeed so.
Okay, look, I'll do an introduction on this if you don't mind, and then pass over to Vanessa Blakelock from the Chief Planning Office to add any further comments. The government has pretty much, I think, made their decision on which of the options of light rail they're going to pursue. As you'll recall, we had the interim business report from the establishment unit in the form of a chair's report by Lee Orton, and it set through 3 alternative options. Now, I don't know which option the government has chosen, but it will be one of those. It will be one of those options because I can't conceive that the government would not go ahead, having laid the groundwork for light rail, with making an investment. The decision is likely now to be, as I understand it, sometime after mid-January, but probably before council resumes. So in terms of the recommendations that are being put to you today, they're being put today because we need the authorisation for the co-sponsors, the Deputy Mayor and myself, to respond to the government's announcement at the point that it happens. The paper, as you'll see from its recommendations, puts forward three recommendations. First, that we should welcome the decision by the government to invest in a light rail system for the Auckland Isthmus, and we should support the government's investment in Auckland's infrastructure. Now, it's pretty important that we do that. The sums of money that we're talking about could be between $9 and $16 billion. That would make this the largest ever government investment in Auckland's infrastructure system. Now, it's incumbent, I think, on us as Aucklanders, as the beneficiaries of that investment, to be very supportive of it, because there may be other people in other parts of the country that think this is just another case of Auckland getting too much attention from government. Auckland is a third of the population, and if Auckland doesn't succeed, the country doesn't succeed, but that's not the way that it's looked at universally around the country. So I think it's really important that we come out and affirm a decision by government to make a big investment in the future transport system of our city. The second thing that the recommendations ask us to do is to commit to partnering with government over the new system. Now, that partnering is not going to be like the City Rail link. We are not going to be meeting half the costs of light rail. In fact, we have not budgeted to meet any of the transport costs directly of light rail, and nor do we have the money to do so. But it is important that we're a voice at the table, and it is important that we accept the responsibilities where it is appropriate to do so. And one of those major responsibilities will be, in fact, in terms of master planning, the urban development that's going to happen around the new light rail development. The third recommendation in the paper in front of you is to note really the influence that this project will have, not simply along the route that it runs from the city centre to the Mangere Airport Industrial Precinct, but the fact that this piece of infrastructure will be vital to the development of further infrastructure to produce a rapid and frequent transit network around the city, because this network needs to be the basis of rapid transit to the northwest. It needs to be the basis for the next harbour crossing to the North Shore and linking up with the Northern Busway. It needs to be the basis for going from Mangere, where light rail ends up, through to Manukau and onto Botany, so that we link with the Eastern Busway. So this project is the foundation for further developments in the northwest, the north, the south, and the east. And it's going to be really important that we actually do this. And without government funding, this project clearly isn't viable for Auckland. Without this project, we will be facing further gridlock, which is already costing New Zealand, not just Auckland, New Zealand, around $2 billion in lost productivity, and that figure will only rise into the future. So in terms of justifying a government investment in light rail, it's one that the costs of Auckland closing down, with a third of the population gridlocked, will affect the whole country. But it's also, in fact, that this is a project of national significance. And like all projects of national significance, they are funded by the government, except this will be far bigger than other projects of national significance, which are generally motorways. It's going to have a far greater effect. The last point I want to make is that this is not just a transport project. This is a project that is about shaping the future urban form of Auckland to be a quality, intensive and compact city. This project enables, when fully developed, about another 200,000 people to be housed in our city. And while the costs are eye-wateringly high, they are not net costs. If we weren't developing this network, we would be building infrastructure, and government would be building infrastructure in the greenfields area, with the probable consequences of greater congestion and certainly greater emissions. So while the cost is high, the project is of such huge significance that this provides us with value for money, and we've seen the cost-benefit ratio, the benefit-cost ratio, which is in excess of 1%. It's 1.1%. So this is a project for New Zealand's gateway city, and by far its largest city. And for New Zealand to achieve its potential, Auckland has to achieve its potential to make the contribution that it can otherwise make to the national economy. And I think that we need to frame our arguments around that so that, we're not going to get feedback from other parts of the country. Why is Auckland receiving this investment? Why not us? And the answer is all of the reasons that I've given, and all of the reasons that are critical to the future of our country, as Auckland is critical to the future of our country. So I think it's really important that we are supportive of the government. We welcome the investment that's being made, and we partner with them, and we use this that will as a foundation for affecting the future development of our city and ease of getting around our city for literally generations to come. So that's my introduction on it. Vanessa, is there anything that you would like to add to the paper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and kia ora koutou members. The only thing to reiterate is to reaffirm the reason for bringing this paper now is ahead of announcements later in the year and the opportunity to bring it to you as a group. And secondly, just to reaffirm that we are working as staff, working with Ministry of Transport and Treasury officials on furthering a partnering approach, and that will gather pace next year. That's all from me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Vanessa. So open now to questions, first of all. We've
Your
canvassed
Worship, I
yeah,
put a
Councillor
question in the
Fletcher.
sidebar. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Vanessa, for this paper. Notwithstanding the need that I can see that
Councillor, I think you've muted yourself. Can you?
Apologies.
Yeah, right.
Notwithstanding the need for this governing body to delegate the authorisation to you and to the Deputy Mayor in some kind of response to government announcements, and also the referencing within the body of the paper talking about funding tools. I do note that we have some limitations on us financially, and while there are, there's discussion around it within the body of the paper, in the recommendations, there's no limitation or caveat put on the sort of funding that might be expected from the council. Funding tools, perhaps, but I would like to feel that we have traversed the issue of ongoing operational expense, and that there is not an expectation in terms of general rates. So why I'm putting this to Vanessa at this point by way of a question is, why have there been no recommendations that actually make clear the fact that the council is not in a position to be the funding partner?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fletcher. Part of the reason for that is that because we haven't received the announcement yet, we're not sure of the detail. So this was more of an in principle welcome and support. But I will leave that to the chair if that is something that he thinks we should pursue.
You're on mute, Your Worship.
Yourself.
That's we're all doing it. If I can just add to Vanessa's comments, I think everyone on this call has heard me at each time we've had a meeting with the establishment unit, making it absolutely clear that we are not in a position to fund the transport route itself. We're not in a position, we haven't put money aside, and we don't have the financial means to do that. I've made that clear directly to ministers, and what is obvious is that we will have a role to play in some aspects of financing. That may be in the operation of the light rail, because we'll do that on the same basis as we do, for example, travel on heavy rail. So there'll be a financial assistance rate from government, but we'll meet some of that cost. And we'll do it by way of contributing to the normal development of the city through master planning the intensive housing that will be based around the rail stations and along the rail route. I think that it is patently obvious to everyone that we do not have the financial resources to pay for a project of this nature, not half of it, not a fraction of it, and the government is aware of that. What they may wish to discuss with us at some point is what we do in regard to value uplift, where there may be uplift of properties that have a windfall benefit from being close to a rail station, as we have with CRL. We will be wanting to discuss whether those that benefit hugely from the investment of taxpayer money make some contribution back through some form of value uplift. But those details haven't been worked through. But you can have my absolute assurance that we neither have the means nor the ability, nor have signalled anything other than the intention that while we will cooperate to the maximum extent, we are not in a position to pay for this.
Forgive me, Your Worship, but I wonder if that is the intention in a belts and braces approach, why you would not look to under B, have some caveat there, even if it's just something along the lines of recognising the current funding restraints on the Auckland Council, but to make it quite clear that that has been the nature of the discussions, because we're taking them on trust of what you've had thus far with government, and looking in terms of authorising you to make commentary looking into the future. If it is the case, then why can we not commit it to writing under B?
Okay, so we could have something like adding on to B, noting that council is not in a financial position.
I've just suggested some wording for B, Chair. I was going to move it.
Oh, okay. We'll see how I go, and then we can compare our versions, Councillor. Noting the council is not in a financial position to contribute to the construction.
Well, it's interesting for me that Daniel has put up those words, because I was going to actually suggest, if you were unwilling to do it, an amendment along the lines that Daniel has put there, which is noting that none of the capital cost of the project shall fall on the Auckland Council balance sheet. I'd be very comfortable with that.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing in a slightly nicer way, but the intent will be just as clear, noting that the council is not in a financial position to contribute to the construction of light rail, but will have a role in master planning the urban development around it.
Thank you, but I might think further on that and then come back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, the reason that I've worded in that way is partly because we understand that there will be some reluctance on the part of people in other parts of the country. And if we're simply saying, no, this is great, it's good for us, but we're not contributing to it, we are contributing to it, but not financially in relation to the construction of light rail. But we will obviously around the urban development that surrounds it. Okay, right, who else do we have online wanting to raise a question? Sandra, looking at you, if we got Daniel, do you, if you want to raise your question here? Oh, no, I think Councillor Walker had a question first and then Councillor Newman.
Sure. So I've got a fairly significant question for me around the resolutions as they're worded. So my question goes like this. In a position where a councillor like me is supportive of a rapid transit network, which is what is covered off in C, but I have significant reservations around the light rail project as proposed. And my reasoning for that is that I believe that there are other alternatives that deliver much quicker, much more economically, more sustainably, with more resilience and less disruption than light rail as proposed. And I've certainly seen information around that. So I am most uncomfortable to authorise resolutions that effectively wed us to something that may not be optimal at all and may fail. So would you consider an alternative wording for these resolutions so that a councillor like me that's supportive of rapid transit, and in my instance, I'm supportive of a rapid transit network that could deliver across Auckland for significantly less cost than what we are proposing for light rail to the airport, so-called. So I have a real concern, Mr. Chair. Is there any way you can make a change to accommodate that?
Where we're at is that the establishment unit has put in some considerable work to it, has come up with 3 options, and the government is choosing one of those 3 options. He who pays the piper calls the tune. If we're not paying for this, we're not likely to be able to dictate to government that they should have looked at something else. And indeed, I don't believe that the alternative things that have been looked at have stacked up after the work done by the establishment unit in determining what the final options would be. So I think at a certain point, the time for debate over what sort of option we're looking at is over. If the government announces a willingness to invest heavily in our city, in its infrastructure, to radically improve our transport options, then we're not about to start relitigating. No, we think you should have done something else. We've been through the process. We've been informed of how the establishment unit arrived at its conclusions, what it looked at. We've had a councillor on the establishment unit. We've had a local board chair on the establishment unit. The minister has come and talked directly to us about it. I really think realistically to at this point be suggesting that there should be other options would not be a fruitful way to go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in a circumstance where a councillor like myself believes that this project as it stands has very much been railroaded through, would you entertain a short commentary on my part attached to my vote, because I am not comfortable with A, B and C as they stand? I am supportive of a rapid transit network, and I am fully supportive of investment in a rapid transit network, but I cannot support A, B and C as they are now. So what can you do so that a councillor like myself doesn't want to be blacklisted, in the sense that I'm not opposed to options for Auckland that enhance mobility, but I am uncomfortable with this process and these resolutions as they stand? So how can I communicate that?
Well, that's entirely up to you, councillor. I mean, if you choose, you can vote against it. That's not a course that I'd advise. But what I've said to you in good faith is that I can't entertain further consideration of alternative mechanisms when the government, its departments, the establishment unit, Auckland Transport, Auckland Council have all been involved in this process, and this is where we've got to. This is not the time to relitigate what we're going for. What we should be absolutely focused on is making sure that we can get the funding to enable this this transit system to be put in place because we do not have the financial means to do it ourselves. Now, that's the bottom line. It's pretty blunt, but it's the reality of the situation. And that is not in any way to suggest that I think the establishment unit has got it wrong. I don't believe that it has. Okay, Councillor Newman, your question.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, to a certain extent, it's been addressed, Your Worship, and maybe it's a political question more than anything, because I think it's been, I kind of feel it's been dealt with at B. I'm just starting to become more and more concerned about whether the government can actually deliver something of this scale. We had the NZ Up program, which was announced in January 2020, if I recall. It got, you know, it really got recast in June, and obviously Mill Road got hammered. We had the pedestrian, the cycling bridge across the Waitemata Harbour announced in June. That's now gone. In our discussions previously with Michael Wood, who I think he's a good minister, but, you know, trying to get absolute, I mean, been listening carefully to the wording and around, well, where does the cost, you know, who pays for this? And I think what I've heard from the minister previously has been quite carefully calibrated wording around the need to talk to Aucklanders about the cost of this and have those conversations. And the whole notion of partnership comes up time and time again. And it leads me to the conclusion that I'm just not sure that the government is actually up for 100% of the cost of this. And I'm not sure that they can deliver it, given what will, I think, be an eye-watering cost, to use the term that you identified, and that ultimately they'll look for a cost share which comes back on good old Auckland Council. So I accept what you've tried to come up with the wording in B, but I'd like to say that the capital cost of this will not be picked up via Auckland Council's balance sheet, because it shouldn't be. Because when we know the final cost, it will be so staggering that nobody, I think, will want to pay for 100% of it. And I certainly don't want to pay for any of the capital cost. I understand the cost, some of the operating cost of it. I understand the planning, you know, the planning work and all of the engineering assessment that will go into it. But the capital cost is something that I think needs to be totally ring-fenced away from Auckland Council, because we can't afford it. I don't really care what other councils around the country think about it. I don't really care what other councils around the country think about it. I care about what we can do about it, and we can't pay for this. That's probably more of a comment, Your Worship, than a question. But I really, as someone who's making an amendment from the chair, I'm just wondering if you could please reconsider the wording around B to give effect to the fact that this cannot be picked up, the capital costs cannot be picked up by Auckland Council.
Mayor, you're talking to yourself again.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Councillor. You've heard me say, and every councillor has heard me say directly to the Minister and the Finance Minister, that we cannot contribute to that in a way that we were required to contribute to the City Rail Link. The City Rail Link, we decided to, or the previous councils decided to meet half the cost of. We are not in a position to do that. We have not put money aside. We've not undertaken to do so, and the government understands our position. The cost is very high. I'm heartened a little bit by the fact that the latest financial report indicates that the government will be in a better financial position in the coming year and years than were predicted by anybody, and that's, you know, this might be a good time to make sure that we have the commitment by government to deliver on this infrastructure locked in. But what we don't want to do is to do anything that would jeopardise the commitment by the government to making that financial contribution, because it is a very significant one, as every one of us would recognise.
Well, I'll reserve my right to speak if I'm able.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, we have Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, a number of councillors are obviously all have concerns around one issue, and the issue is, are you listening to me? I can see
Yep.
you. Good.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to multitask and read a resolution at the same time. Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah, it's about the fact that the commitment that you've always made. You're saying the right words, but they're not in the resolution. And so my question to you was, could we add something that note that the Mayor has always advised the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Finance that Auckland Council is, and you can either put unable, unwilling, or will not fund the infrastructure associated with the Auckland Light Rail project?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Because that sets the scene, you know. I mean, if someone's going to hand us this project, fantastic, and I agree with you. I think I know where you're trying to go and be. I think the wording is we just need to tweak that up a bit. But I think the point that a number of people are making to you, and that hasn't been made in the resolutions, is that what you've done before this point. So when they come out, whenever they come out and say, guess what, we're spending, you know, 4.75 billion, whatever it is, in Auckland on the light rail project, it's about that these resolutions should say that you've always said, you've always advised the minister before that it's got to this point. You're very happy, and I think I'm happy to support the investment in Auckland myself. But I think the point that I'm asking you whether you believe it's good to make is that we've always advised the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Finance that Auckland Council is unable to fund the infrastructure associated with the project.
Yeah, I think. One, I wouldn't want to personalise it to my position. It's the council's position. But I don't know what would be unclear about the fact that we are not in a financial position. Well, I could strengthen it slightly if you wanted, noting that the council is not in a financial position to and cannot contribute to the cost of construction of light rail.
That would be good.
How's that?
Yeah, it's certainly not in a financial position and won't be for a long time, whatever.
Not for a little while, and cannot contribute to the cost of the construction. The cost of the construction, if we can add that into whoever's amending it, cannot contribute to the cost of the construction of light rail. It's really just in a what we're trying to do is give every encouragement to the government to make a huge commitment, but saying, actually, this is not something that is financially possible for us. We can't do it, and that's the truth. And I don't think, to be fair to government, they believe that we are in the financial position to do that.
I think that that what you've got so far is much better for me, and I reserve my right to speak. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Chris Darby. Chris, have we got you there? We might have lost. Chris has IT problems from time to time. Councillor Walker, you've got another question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And it just goes back to my request that there could be some item added, and it might be a D, so that a councillor like myself, who supports a rapid transit network for Auckland, has something positive to vote for, because otherwise I appear to be being blacklisted because of the way the items are constructed. So in C, for example, I support a rapid transit network for Auckland, but I have reservations around light rail. I would simply like to be able to communicate that there may be other councillors that feel that way, rather than the way it's constructed now. So I'm just asking for your forbearance, please. This is an incredibly significant issue for Auckland as it goes to rapid transit. And to not allow councillors a position to state that they support rapid transit is not helpful for me at all, Mr. Chair. So I'm just seeking your forbearance here.
Yeah, look, I know you're trying to be helpful, councillor, and you know, I think you can put your comments on record when we come to the comments section of this item. But what I can't do is start throwing in other options into this recommendation, because the government is not looking at other options. They're looking at 3 options that have been forwarded to them by the establishment unit, on which we participated with our chief executive, our chair of the planning council, the chair of the Eden Albert local board, etc. So you've got to understand my position in that one as well. This is not the time for us to start saying, look, there are different options we'd like you to consider. We have moved on from that point.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
I am not asking for you to add another option.
So,
I am simply asking that there be an opportunity, and that might be D. Note that Auckland Council supports a rapid transit network for Auckland, so that I can have something positive to vote for. We have that in there. I'm fully supportive of a rapid transit network for Auckland.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that, councillor. Perhaps if I'd seen your amendment.
Well, can you just add that if that's appropriate, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I think that's consistent with what we've got there. Note that Auckland Council supports, or even strongly supports, a rapid transit network for Auckland. I have no problem with that.
So if that's a D, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've achieved happiness and consensus. Okay, Councillor Darby, I think we've got you back.
You have, Mayor. Look, I'll just pass for now. I'm just searching for something, and I'll maybe come back to me, Mayor. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. And just for whoever's putting the recommendation up, it should read, note that Auckland Council strongly supports a rapid transit network for Auckland.
Fantastic.
Excellent. So I haven't got any other questions. I have Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I take a bit of issue with D, because we're trying to get rapid transit networks all over the place. And as you know, my common mantra, we don't have one for our metropolitan centre in Westgate, and there isn't just one rapid transit network. So for me, it's networks, because it's not just one. It just doesn't make sense to say supports rapid transit.
When I talk about a network, Councillor, I'm talking about a network that connects, as the earlier recommendation reads, you know, the northwest, the north, the south, and the west. So I'm, you know, one network
it needs to be
made up of
a rapid transit network.
Supports a rapid transit network. Yep, that's good. No, happy to do that. Okay, Councillor Darby, have you sorted out your difficulty there?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm feeling like this is becoming a fruit salad set of motions, to be honest, Mayor, and I think you are on course, and maybe you've been too generous in accommodating things there, Mayor. The D, of course, that already stands. We have a plan. We've got the Future Connect network. We've got the regional transport plan. The list goes on. So I'm actually not sure what that actually means. Now it's really just a restatement of something that we've already committed to under the Regional Land Transport Plan. So can I ask the Chief of Strategy here, for Megan, the D, is that not already very well stated elsewhere in our commitment to a range of decisions we've made on transport generally in a lot of places? And the C, I think it's the C, how consistent is C with the decisions that I think are still on the confidential record of the planning committee meeting of, I think, 2nd of September. Are the words aligned? I think it's for the C. 2 questions there, Megan.
So in terms of your first one, Councillor Darby, yes, it's that the D or the supporting of a rapid transit network is very clear in lots of our plans and in previous resolutions. In terms of the C and the alignment, yes, it is aligned to those confidential resolutions, which will, of course, be put into the open once the announcement is made and whatever decision the government has made on this project.
Okay, Mayor, I don't know why you need that D. That's not about the Auckland Light Rail project. We're talking about the Auckland Light Rail project. And it's about the route, City Centre Māngere, and the mode, and the regeneration program around it, and the wider network that it expands into North Shore, Northwest. That's not the whole of the network. It is the Auckland Light Rail network, which fits into that broader rapid transit network. I feel like that D is very mealy-mouthed.
Well, it's stating the obvious, and it's consistent, as I see it, with what we've got in recommendation C and what I said in my introductory comments. What we're talking about is not simply one light rail from the city centre to Māngere, notwithstanding how important that is in its own right. This is about that integrating with a broader network, which includes rapid transit to the northwest. It includes the third harbour crossing and linking up with the Northern Busway, and includes the linking with the Manukau to Botany and onto the Eastern Busway. So I'm being accommodating because I think it would be really helpful to indicate to the government that if they're going to make this investment in Auckland at the level that they potentially are going to make, that we can give unanimous support to that. And if it looks like we can't agree on supporting that investment, then, you know, be 1 or 2 cabinet ministers around the table that would say, well, why are we bothering? And I'm trying to get a very clear message that if the government invests in our city, in what is vital for our city, then we're going to be very supportive of it. And if we're not going to be very supportive of it, you know, really, why would they bother? I mean, that's not just to you, councillor. That's actually a question to everybody. I think it's critically important that we signal that if the government's going to invest this sort of level of capital in our city, that we're not going to quibble about it, but we're going to be very supportive of it, work and collaborate with them to make it work as a transport network and as an urban development program. You know, I don't think I'm saying anything that anybody disagrees with around the table, but I think we need to be pretty explicit about it. Thank you, councillor, for your comment in it. Right, I think I've run out of any questions. I'll now open it up for comments. So, yes, we have a comment from Councillor Newman. I was just about to put the vote. Councillor Newman.
I put the vote.
Good on you, mate. Okay, all those in favour. Oh, sorry, Councillor Simpson. I'm getting signals here. I'm not reading my column as well as I should. Councillor Desley Simpson.
No, I'm going to go with Daniel. Merry Christmas. Put it to the vote.
Fantastic, and what a great Christmas present it'll be. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
No to A, B, and C. Yes to D.
Oh, councillor, really? Are you going to insist on that?
Yes.
You have the right to insist on it.
Yes.
I don't know why I bothered accommodating you on recommendation D then.
Yeah. I already foreshadowed that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank
well,
you.
with one dissenting voice, carried, I think, 20-1 on that basis. Okay, thank you very much for that, councillors. We now move to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 15, forward work programs for the governing body. It's an information only report. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please?
Simpson.
Kathy.
Moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Casey. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Item number 16 is a summary of governing body information memoranda, workshops and briefings. So moved by Councillor Casey.
Comment, Mayor.
Yep.
Comment from me, please, Mayor.
Yep, I'll come to you, Councillor Darby, in just a moment. Seconded by?
I'll second.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore, and a comment from Councillor Darby.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I missed it on the 15. I should have been quicker than you. But look, I just wanted to, in terms of the forward work program, this 16 refers to the GB forward work program. But with your willingness, I just want to cover off something that relates to the planning committee forward work program, Mayor.
Yes,
which is the former item, but generosity, I'm sure you will provide. Just noting under 15, and if you click on this planning at section 6, I think it is, and then you go down to urban growth and housing, and you'll notice that pretty much all of next year is consumed by us addressing the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, and of course, how that's been amended through the housing bill. So it's non-stop workshops and meetings, workshop meetings, right through to the end of November. Now, members will note that yesterday they received a memo. It came from John Dogood and his team. It went to the planning committee members, IMSB members, and all the local boards following the third reading of the Enabling Housing Supply Bill, and that will get royal assent next week. Please, if you can have a close read of that, because the memo sets out all the changes that the legislation puts in place. It also outlines our submissions, and there were multiple. There was our written submission, oral submission, and then supplementary written submissions on that one. It also notes that the new Act requires our staff to do a lot more additional work. There is a lot more work in front of us now, and that adds cost to this council, particularly in human resource time, but there will be financial cost as well. And it's no longer possible for us to undertake what we indicated, I think it was back in September at Planning Committee. No longer can we undertake broad community pre-engagement as we indicated. So the abrupt arrival of the housing bill has shifted the goalposts on that one. That compressed process arriving at the bill and what's come out of the bill has changed the field, so to speak. So we were going to have pre-engagement in March or April 22. The key message that I really want to convey today is that a lot of the work done to date will go to waste. It'll be made redundant, and a lot of new work is required. And we will only be able to make more focused and targeted engagement with Aucklanders rather than broad pre-engagement. Now, we've looked very closely at that, Mayor. We've tried to look at ways we can keep our word and be honest to the earlier resolutions, but it does not appear possible. So that's my key message. It's really us, our organisation, responding to the late arrival of the housing bill. It has major implications in how we approach the NPSUD, but very large implications in terms of how we relate to Aucklanders in a pre-engagement stage, which will now be a lot more limited. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And I have had the chance to talk to officers about that would back up everything that you've just said. Given the nature of the work that they now have to put in, in response to the Enabling Housing Supply Bill, we will have to target our engagement more closely. So thank you for formally drawing that to our attention. I think we've all taken that message on board. Okay, I'll put the recommendations about noting the decisions and the related information. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. Carried. We now come to item number 17, which again is an information-only report, summary of confidential decisions and related information. Mover and a seconder for that, please.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Casey. Moved by
Cooper.
Councillor Cooper. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Item number 18 is consideration of extraordinary business. None has been advised to us. So I will now move a procedural motion to discuss the confidential item at C1 in relation to the Chief Executive's remuneration review. Could I have a seconder for that, please?
Happy to second.
Councillor Fletcher has seconded. The reason for confidentiality is, I think, obvious. It contains information related to the Chief Executive's performance and remuneration. I'll put the procedural recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. And I'll just check with Sandra as to whether we stay on this or go. No, we come out of this and go on to a new link. So if we resume in 2 minutes on the new link for the last item on the agenda today. Thank you very much.